Recording in progress.
We are live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order this City Council meeting of January the 4th, 2022. Clerk, will you please call the roll for the meeting?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. And welcome, everybody. Let's get our year started out. Our study session this evening is on a draft diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging 5-year roadmap. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the Council, Happy New Year. Looking forward to an exciting 2022. So tonight is the first structured presentation you've received on the draft roadmap. As the Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez and David Wolbeck, our Communication Program Manager, will walk you through it. We wanted to emphasize that tonight is not a time for decisions, final decisions. This will be coming back to you after this meeting and after community input on the roadmap. So we'll be looking for sort of high-level impressions and what's missing. But we just wanted to emphasize that this will be coming back to the council again. This is just the first detailed briefing. So with that context, I will turn this over to Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez.
Thank you very much, City Manager. And good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and Council. It's really a pleasure to be here tonight. As the City Manager said, I'm Jim Lopez, the Deputy City Manager, and I'm joined by David Wolbeck, our Communication Program Manager. And David's gonna man the deck, if you don't mind calling that up, and we'll do this presentation together. What I'd like to do, Madam Mayor, is we have the full study session and there's a lot of material to cover. What I thought we would do is do an overview of the process, focusing on this, of course, roadmap document, and do a brief summary for context for community members that are watching or who will be watching about the document itself, summary of the goal areas and the objectives, and then save the lion's share of the meeting for council questions, comments, and interaction with staff. As the City Manager noted, this is really our first deeper conversation about the roadmap itself. And this is our first opportunity to get your feedback as we move out into community engagement. So that would be our proposal, if that meets your approval, Madam Mayor.
That sounds like a good plan, although I will admit we've given quite a bit of feedback already, so we may be repeating ourselves, but since this is the first public discussion of this item, so proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So first I'd like to acknowledge the work of Channing Kelly Ray, of course, in constructing all of this this work and this program. Channing's contract, it ended in the end of last year, 2021, and now it's over to staff to work on the plan and implement the plan with the community and the council. Channing has been very, very gracious, offering to come back anytime to follow up and discuss. And I just want to note, it was truly a joy to work with her through this process. So many people have contributed to this report, this roadmap, starting with, of course, David Wolbeck, who's here tonight. Thank you, David. I'd also like to send a warm thank you to all the directors, our staff, the city manager, you, the council, and the community, all who have played a role in the creation of the roadmap and the entire work product of Channing Kelly Ray, the gap analysis included. So thank you. And with that overview, let's jump into the context of the plan itself. We could go to the next slide. So the roadmap is a document that was introduced in Channing's October 19th presentation, which really focused on her gap analysis and recommendations, the lion's share of that work. Even though we're going to discuss in detail many of the goal areas and objectives of the roadmap tonight, we want to make sure that the council knows and the community knows that we're working on every element of Channing's work, including those areas of the gap analysis that raise concern both with the council and staff. I'll highlight 3 of them here. We are actively working on these and will continue to work on these areas. Shannon noted a sense of physical safety for some female staff members was lacking, that we needed to be mindful of a culture of psychological safety, creating that for some staff, to disagree with senior leaders. That was something that was noted in this report, as well as other concerns related to morale and staff empowerment. Although that is not the topic for tonight's conversation in specific, we are working on that, and that will be an ongoing body of work for the city staff as we move forward in this work. You'll see in various parts of the roadmap where we address workplace and the creation of a safe workplace as objectives in the roadmap. So you'll see those where we're addressing those systemically, but we want you to know that we're working on those and continue to do so. So how about the roadmap overview itself? What is a roadmap? Well, it's our plan for operationalizing the equity gap recommendations. And we've done it in a way that it's built around actions, things, deliverables, and a timeline. And the timeline that we chose is by quarter, so that we can report back to the council, the community, as we move through our progress on the report. Now, part of the process of this outreach and this deliberation is, are we getting the quarterly deliverables right? Are we balancing the work program? All of that is up for discussion and debate. But the design of the document, which ultimately could become the work program for a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging manager, is built around quarterly deliverables. And we found that we have had success in doing that with other types of planning programs in the city. This roadmap is very much a public draft. We are in the process of receiving community input into the document, which could go at least another month and could be several months, depending on council's direction. And it is a dynamic document. It's a living document. It is a document that is expected to evolve as we get feedback from you, the leaders, the council, and our community. And that's how this whole roadmap 5-year plan is structured. It's very dynamic, but it's also built around reporting back quarterly around what we are able to accomplish. Now, before we jump into the summary, a brief discussion of feedback to date. We have had follow-up meetings with the Right to Breathe committee. They've been incredibly helpful to our work. The Eastside Race and Leadership Coalition, Kirkland Promontoris. We have meetings scheduled with the Movement of Advocacy for Youth. They were very helpful in the first round of engagement, as well as the Eastside Change Coalition. Again, very helpful to the city. We have found their feedback to be generally supportive of the city's efforts with specific suggestions. I know other governments are looking at this work, and we're proud of that. There has been a low volume of general community feedback. Maybe as we move through the holiday season, there's an ebb and flow on the engagement. But generally, we have not experienced a ton of community feedback. What we have learned, some interesting insights, is we need to create a values section at the beginning that emphasizes the why of our work. That narrative needs to be incorporated. We need to incorporate more visual or graphic representations of each item, and I take full responsibility for that deficit. Just too wonky, and I acknowledge that. To ensure that it focuses on actions and not just on more meetings and explorations, I fully second that motion there, that comment. And a concern that some of the objectives are not clear enough in the action to be taken. So we need to make sure we hone in how we communicate the objectives themselves. Now, the structure of the document is very interesting. I thought this was a great insight as Shannon designed the structure, which is to create the work to focus around 6 goal areas that have been put forth by the King County Equity and Social Justice Strategic Plan. This accomplishes several things, one of which it allows us to align with other governments that seek to do the same thing. And then we can all trace back to the county itself, who's done such amazing leading work on this subject. The goal areas themselves serve as the scaffolding of all of our goals and goals objectives. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that we have 18 goals sitting inside the 6 goal areas and 67 objectives sitting inside those goals. I assure you, we are not going to go through every one of those tonight. But what we're going to do is summarize them, and I'll do my best to provide insight as to how we see connectivity in this document and how we hope to create a narrative about what we're doing to promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So, goal area number 1 talks about leadership, operations, and services. And this is really about accountable leadership and I would say the promotion of change agent employees in our government. It involves day-to-day operations, and I think a good summary is that it's how we talk as a government and how we act as a government at the very highest levels of government. That's what goal area number 1 is about. It's about our statements, about our signature initiatives. It's about our collaborations. And some examples of this very high level, but very, very important and very, very important work are to adopt a policy statement that guides the city on equity and inclusion. Perhaps to hire a diversity, equity, and belonging manager to oversee a work program. To continue to emphasize and fund and promote the community responder program. This is one of, if not the signature initiative from the 5434 legislation. SRO program evaluation came forth as a significant area of concern, particularly for the Black community in our work. That is a signature evaluative process. The Kirkland Community Court and its success is very well received. That is a signature. Adding, sunsetting the Houghton Community Council to legislative priorities, probably the thing that has engendered the most response from the community from the report is a signature initiative, and the Kirkland Native History Document Initiative has been a very high level, important initiative. So without going through all of the objectives of goal area number 1, that's a brief summary as to what goal area number 1 means. Goal area number 2 is about plans, policies, and budgets. It's about integrating equity into department work plans. For me, goal area number 2 really is about how we ask the equity question in everything we do, from long-term comprehensive planning to daily to yearly budgeting. A key tool in goal area number 2 is the equity analysis tool, a checklist. When we go through the programs and policies that we implement both near-term and long-term, are we asking the equity question? And some of the important initiatives in goal area number 2 include that equity impact assessment tool, which we built when we did community initiative around our ADA plan, the Americans with Disabilities Act. That's when we commissioned that tool. We would use it, of course, in BIPOC comprehensive planning review, emergency planning, how we ask the equity question in emergencies. It also includes implementing across departments, the legislative reform for policing. We have the community responder program that relates to that. And of course, including equity and inclusion in the budgeting process. So that's goal area number 2. Goal area number 3 is workplace and workforce. And this is almost intuitively one of the places people move to first when you think about equity and inclusion. And we're so pleased and grateful to have Truck Deaver here, our new HR director, who's already jumped into the work. The HR department plays a big role in this goal area. And this is all about fostering empathetic, respectful, and an engaged workplace. This goal area relates directly to some of the concerns that Shannon Kelly Ray raised in the gap analysis. We want to provide opportunity and recruit a workforce that represents the Kirkland community with intentional employee development and career path work, and to recruit at all levels of government. Some of the signature initiatives or objectives in goal area number 3 include implementing an employee feedback program, creating a standardized implicit bias training for all employees as a routine practice of the city. One that I'm particularly interested in is creating conflict resolution training and protocols for the city. There's police and fire recruitment as a city manager that continues to emphasize to all of us innovative ways to recruit for public safety. And we have recently, I am proud to say, and I credit our human resources staff and IT staff and finance staff for acquiring a software program that really enhances our ability to track diversity in hiring to help us create reports for you and the community. So those are some of the initiatives around workplace and workforce. The 4th goal area is about community partnerships. And this is about contracts and agreements to express equity values and policies. It's about both creating opportunity and building capacity with community groups, capacity to engage with us in contracts with the city, capacity to engage with us as future leaders of the city. And it also has very innovative ideas and initiatives around creating both formal and informal relationships to build that capacity. Some of the key signatures of goal area 4 include our equity and contracting program that is underway. We've come to you and got great feedback from the council. Technical assistance on cultural competency. This is designed for all, but included our business community. 3rd place engagement and recruiting, diversity recruiting for our boards and commissions, something that several council members have championed as both a means to enhance our leadership right now and our leadership into the future. Goal area number 5 is communication and education. This goal area had the most objectives associated with it. It's very much like community engagement. It is very much about creating meaningful and authentic relationships. It's about language, creating more capacity in the city to deal with limited English proficiency issues. It's about promoting equity and belonging in our city services, education, and conversation with city initiatives. This is about images, it's about stories, it's about messages of empathy and understanding in our communications. And some key initiatives here are creating a city language access plan so that we're not just reactive, we're proactive, we're more proactive in the delivery of language services. A signature city manager's office program. We haven't figured out how to quite do it yet, but we're there in a structure. We just need to figure out how to get to create the funding around it. But the Civic Accelerator Program, which could be a very big fall initiative to bring folks into the city like they do in Bellevue, to introduce them, folks in the community that might not otherwise participate in government, to all of the city services as a clear roadmap or a path to leadership positions in government. In this section, we also have an initiative to communicate on the roadmap's progress, especially so that given that it is a living document, we want to make sure that we not only continue to iterate with the community, we also want to make sure we report back to the council and to provide opportunities for feedback throughout that process. And of course, the R5434 dashboards are a big part of our work moving forward, and they will be a big part of this section or goal area 5. And finally, goal area 6 is about facilities and systems improvements. Goal area 6 is really about big infrastructure and how we invest our funds. Oftentimes, the success or failure of these types of initiatives is traced back to where either power or resources exchanges hands. Are we hiring right? Are we hiring contractors? Are we investing in the city's infrastructure in historically underserved areas? This initiative has also in it initiative around data and information about where our money is being invested. And as part of this initiative, there's also a look at how we use physical infrastructure of the city, our facilities. We've used our facilities very creatively during the heat wave that we experienced here. It's been a remarkable year. How we use city facilities during other extreme events as well. So some of the signature initiatives here are a CIP feedback process with the community, a compensation policy that we have created that reimburses people for their time when they share their lived experiences. Again, using the equity impact tool when we do an assessment of where we're investing our funding. A cooling or a warming center for the response plan. This is just critical work as to how city facilities can be part of a solution for those most vulnerable communities. And also there's innovative ideas around supporting internet access, which could provide much needed access to the public process for those who are in need of such access. So that is this brief summary of our roadmap document, trying to focus on the broader narrative of what the document hopes to accomplish and just some insight about some of the objectives embedded in that document. So that really brings us to a council discussion. We've had the roadmap out for a little while now, and we have had the opportunity to meet with all of you individually. So our hope is that we can now devote the rest of the study session to being responsive to the council's questions and comments, and so that we can be most prepared to come back to you with responses or to the community with your direction. So we thought we would do is help to shape the conversation by using a prompt of 3 questions, although there looks like there's a multiple question in there, and turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor, to perhaps survey the council and to organize how and in what order people might address staff for response.
Thank you, Jim. I guess I have a question for council. My plan was originally to just simply go person by person and answer all of the questions at once. Is that consistent with what you would prefer to do? Or do you want to take one question at a time? No to one question at a time. Okay. So I think I'm going to go ahead and kick it off. And then I'll just call on folks. And how much time do we have, Jim?
I think we go all the way to 7, although I'll defer to Kurt.
Yeah, that's correct. We have the full hour. So
okay, so we've got plenty of time, I hope. But I'm going to stop with, or I'll start in terms of the topics or ideas missing. I sure hope so, because I think that as defined as a roadmap, we are going to discover a lot of things along the road. This is not a path that we are taking alone. This is a path that individuals and organizations all over the country are taking. And I believe that over the course of 5 years, we're going to learn a lot of things that we haven't even thought of yet. So yes, I hope that there are ideas or topics missing. The only thing that is actually missing for me at this point is an expanded definition, I guess, of diversity in terms of the broad, income diversity, educational diversity, sexual orientation, all of those things that aren't incorporated on this because this was fairly race specific. But I think our broader goal is not to be race specific, but is to incorporate all those different levels of diversity. My three top priorities, and I'm glad that you started out with the immediate response items, because I think we do need to respond to those more quickly. But I think what's going to be really important is for us to broaden the conversation about how we're going to identify our DEIB manager. What process are we going to use to hire? What expertise are we going to tap, not just in our community, but in the broader communities for flavoring that process? We used a similar process when we were hiring a new police chief. I think we could have even gone beyond what we did. And I think we need to go beyond what we do just because we're so underrepresented in people of color. Another priority for me, hold on. Well, it's to structure that process. Okay, I have it written down, but I can't read it. I guess it's just to talk a little bit about the fact that this is a journey. And I'm really excited that we're kind of leading the way, but I get nervous when I think about the February 29th of 2020 and what leading the way meant. It meant a real struggle for us, and I think we shouldn't have to struggle so much. We need to do this in a way that allows us to be pioneers, but builds on the strength of everybody else who is going through this process. So to stay connected with Shannon about the work that she's doing in other communities, as she's learning, I would love to sit down with her and have coffee over comparisons of the things that she's finding.
Sure.
I do love the roadmap. I think, like I said, I don't think it's complete. I think we're going to learn a lot. And mostly, I just want to get started on it and recognize the fact that we have gotten started on it. The last piece that I would say is I really want to figure out how to get more feedback from the community. The Houghton issue is a hot button, and we understand that. But there are so many other elements of this that are so very important for us being successful in the long run. So that's it for me. I'm going to go to, does anybody want to go first? Go. I'll call on Kelly.
Thank you. I'll get it out of the way. Happy New Year, everyone. Kirkland, we like to do hard, big things. We never take the easy route. And I agree with everything the mayor said. This is a start, and it's a journey. And we all, staff, I'm so grateful for your work on this. I'm grateful for our consultants' work on this. We have shepherded this so carefully. It's like a baby that we're carrying, and I really feel like it's time to hand it off to the experts, and that expert is our future DEIB manager, because there's things that I don't know, and because of my privilege, there's things that I don't see. So I'm really looking forward to that expertise, that help, that community input, so that we can do better and continue to do better and evolve over time. And we are going to learn things over time. My notes here are not in the order that you requested them, Jim, so you'll have to tease out what's a priority and what's a concern, but I'll do my best. My biggest priority, as the mayor said, is to hire our DEIB manager. I agree that the selection committee should be diverse, not necessarily just the Kirkland community, but get some real expertise that make sure that we hire the best person possible. Sort of another reflection on what the mayor said, this is based on our 5434, but I want to make sure that it's reflective of our response to all of our marginalized community members. And as I said earlier, we only talk about the LGBTQ community in one particular instance, and that needs to be spread throughout. So we need to broaden our sense of belonging. Councilmember Falcone and I have talked about this many times, and I'm sure it's in her notes, and I apologize for saying it first, but I really feel strongly that we need to create an equity cabinet. I really think that having that diverse group of community leaders that, again, can help us do this well is hugely important. And so I would elevate that, hire a DEIB manager, and then create an equity cabinet. I think that those are our two top priorities. And when I'm talking equity cabinet, I'm talking about racial diversity, financial diversity, economic diversity, sexual orientation, renters, homeowners, senior citizens, every person that we can include. So looking at my notes, I think this equity group will also, we have very powerful voices in our neighborhood associations, and I'm very grateful for the commitment that they have. They do have specific priorities, and I think by building a robust equity cabinet and elevating their participation in our processes will help balance out those voices so that we feel that we're getting a broader representation of our community. One of the things that the Civic Accelerator program, I hope to put myself out of a job. I hope that someone wants to sit here and represent their community. And so I see that as a leadership opportunity, as a way to develop future leaders. And there was a point in the Houghton Community Council conversation about how it's hard to run for office. We recognize it's challenging. It's not just money you have to raise, but expertise that you develop over time. So I'm really hoping that this Civic Accelerator program becomes that leadership pipeline. So I hate that this is going to sound critical. I don't know if Civic Accelerator truly says what it is to me. I feel like it's a leadership engagement program, or there might be another descriptor for it, and that would be my third priority. So I would like to, we've talked about it for years. I've been talking about it for 2 years. I would like to see us move on that, and that is, again, not a criticism. 2022, I will say, has not quite started as we all have hoped. Snowstorm, COVID's back, so I recognize that this is hard to get these things moving, but that would be a priority for mine. Concerns. In the training, 7.3 is what I wrote down. I don't remember what section that is. We talk about cultural competency training for internal staff. I just really want to make sure that council members are included in that training. We all again can do better. I also think it's really important that we have a lot of outward facing groups, our boards and our commissions, our neighborhood associations, our business community. I really think that our ad hoc working groups, the Houghton Community Council, I really think it's important that all of our groups that interact and work with the community need to be part of this training and education. One idea I had was I would love to create a training program for the business community, and that after completion, that they could put a sticker in their window, sort of like, EnviroStars,
Yep.
so that they can say, we are a welcoming, we want you in our store, we want you to feel a sense of belonging. And so I think that would be a good thing to do. And then a couple other small things. Another opportunity is, and I've done this with other organizations I've worked with, but provide opportunities for people to create their own affinity groups. And that could be around a common heritage, a language, a special interest. And this is not something that we control so much as we provide an opportunity. And that was feedback we got from the Hispanic community, is they wanted a place to gather and a place to have a sense of belonging and welcoming. And I would love to be able to facilitate that in some way. a couple smaller things is, this is granular, but I think it's hugely important, is we need to take a really close look at our programs, our policies, and our public art for any sort of microaggressions, any cultural appropriation. And again, there's things that I may not see that someone else does see, and I want to give them an opportunity to let me know. And I do have a specific example about that someone pointed out to me the other day that I was like, wow, thank you. And the last thing is, there's a section in here about language. And as our community becomes more diverse, I would love to be able to provide some of our recreation programs in particularly Spanish. And I've said this before, my daughter ended up teaching many of her swim lessons in Spanish because she had community members, which is great. So I would like to do more of that. And we could look at that and, you know, community events. What can we do? Do we provide translators so that people, again, have this sense of belonging and welcoming to our events? So that's just a few ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis. Councilmember Black, I think I saw your hand next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just making sure I have access to my notes. Thank you, Jim and David and all the staff members who worked on this document. I'll just echo what my other council members have said. Just how important this work is and how appreciative we are of the work that's gone into preparing this document and getting it to the point it's at today. I have a set of notes I made before I got the list of these questions, but I think they answer the questions. Like Councilmember Curtis, you might have to figure out whether I'm talking about a priority or an issue. But I will start with my top priorities, and it's pretty simple, and it's going to echo some of what the mayor and Councilmember Curtis have already said. Top priority is the recruiting and hiring of our new DIB manager, and there's a big reason for that. It's actually related specifically to this living document and some of what you said, Jim, during your presentation about how this document could become the work program for that DIB manager. So certainly the recruiting, the hiring of our new DIB manager and the process that we're going to undertake to do that really well. The next priority, the review of this living document by our community, and especially leaders of the most affected communities in our city, and that defined quite broadly, right? Similar to how Councilmember Curtis described it, and I think the mayor may have touched on it as well, is making sure that although for all the right reasons, R5434 was centered on the lived experiences of our members of our Black community, ultimately this effort is a broader effort of inclusivity and belonging for all different, any number of different communities. And that includes socioeconomic diversity, any number of different ways of differences in lived experiences. So the review of this living document by the affected communities, sort of priority number 2. And then echoing something that Councilmember Curtis said directly, building the priority 3, building that bench of diverse leaders for Kirkland's future. I, like Councilmember Curtis, would love to, for my legacy to be that I no longer have a job on the council, and that there is a member of our community, or multiple members of our community rather, that have an interest and aptitude for this work as a city council member, for example, but other roles that we have in boards and commissions, and that we are proactively providing opportunity for that type of leadership and that sharing of different lived experiences at the very at the highest levels of our organization. So those are sort of top priorities. I'm definitely I'm just referring back to my notes. Definitely, I think we're currently expecting more input. I think, Jim, this was in your presentation to us and the public. We're currently in the process of expecting more input from the community, including leaders of the affected communities. So looking forward to that feedback and that input, that additional feedback, that additional input. I mentioned the DIB manager. I am fully expecting our new DIB manager to one of their first tasks to be to roll up their sleeves and own this document, this living document, and be a part of providing us their expertise and coordinating with the community and finding out what, synthesizing that community input that we're expecting and working it into this living document. And like the mayor, I hope there are gaps. I fully expect there to be gaps. I expect us to be missing certain things in this document. And I hope that we can all learn as a city and as a council and as a community, that we can learn from that whole process. So not only do I think there are probably things missing, I hope there are, and I hope that we can all learn from that process, from our DIB manager and from different community members with different lived experiences. I think that's it for my notes. I've definitely touched on the top priorities, I guess somewhat tangentially, the topics and ideas that are missing. So Jim, I hope that helps you and David and the other staff members make progress on this. And again, thanks for all your work. And Mayor, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Black. That brings up Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And wow, I'm glad I didn't go first because a lot of my ideas have been covered. So that's great. Thanks, Jim. This is a really great summary of a really fantastic body of work. I'm so thankful for all of the staff, consultants, and most of all to community members who really gave so much time and intellectual and emotional labor to this work. And that's a big leap of faith and trust that they've given to the city, that we will take that and do something with it. And I'm really proud that we're on that path to actually doing something with it. So I'm excited to continue to see us do that. Conducting an equity assessment is something that's been, that I've been advocating for since I was on the Human Services Commission. And this is something that I'm really excited that we're making progress on. Some of the things that are priorities for me that I'm excited about, a lot of them have been touched on already, but looking for ways to break down barriers to getting involved in city government, and in particular city leadership, running for city council, such as the Civic Accelerator Program. I agree with Councilmember Curtis. I would love to see a better name perhaps for that to entice people to participate, that makes it a little bit more exciting. The community responder program, hiring DEIB staff, absolutely an equity board or cabinet or commission, whatever we're going to call it. There's really so much more to be excited about in this roadmap. So that's fantastic. You may remember when we were drafting our 5434 that I made an amendment to add the word comprehensive in reference to this equity assessment. And that was really intentional because I believe it is extremely important that we use this opportunity to do this right. I know, like my fellow council members have said, this is a living document, and I'm so thankful for that discussion because there's a lot that we're going to learn and continue to learn in this process. But I also think it's really important that we start out the gate right and that we're very clear about what we're trying to do. So I appreciate the comments on having a value statement, et cetera. So my highest priority piece of feedback that perhaps is what I think is the biggest gap is that although this roadmap lays out a really fantastic plan for internally focused DEIB work, I think where it falls short is really being comprehensive in the public facing or external work that the city does. It's just not as comprehensive as I was hoping. For example, I was hoping for answers to questions like, are there recreation classes that we're offering that we shouldn't be offering, or ones that we're not offering that we should? I think of training. Councilmember Curtis brought up, training of swim instructors. I think of training swim instructors and others in neurodiversity as they deal with the public. I think of, what low-income support programs do we already have available? And are there new ones or improvements that we need to make to existing ones? I know this came up, for example, recently with, I think it was maybe trash removal services and needing to consider adding a low-income program related to that, right? And we didn't know, do we have one, right? And I think that a comprehensive equity assessment, I was really hoping would identify each of those types of gaps in the way that we do business publicly facing as well, and then provide a roadmap for us to then remedy those. So these are just a few examples. Like others have said, there are many, many, many more and things that we're going to learn as we go because we don't know what we don't know, right? And so I think this is really a key missing element to the draft roadmap. When I was looking for where to propose revising the draft roadmap to add this essential missing element, I realized that I didn't really see a good place in the roadmap to propose adding this. So I think it would be fruitful to add a structural element that lays out specifically what's next for the roadmap itself. So I'm really, really glad, Jim, that you brought up that it's a living document. It's Mayor Sweet and Councilmembers Curtis and Black brought up that it's really a journey. And relevant to that, Mayor Sweet, you were mentioning kind of learning from other cities and others that are in this work and doing this space. I believe I heard that SDA is planning to have, in addition to the Equity Inclusion Cabinet, having a series of events and space for leaders who are working on issues of equity to kind of brainstorm and talk through what they're doing and what's working and not working. So I think that would really be helpful with that. But so my ask in this gap is that we can add perhaps a new goal area that would be a structural place to add things like this that identifies large missing key elements from the roadmap with a plan for conducting the additional work that's needed to revise the roadmap. And then within this section, then to have a specific goal and action item to conduct a follow-up equity assessment that comprehensively examines the city's public or their external facing work, which will then result in a roadmap. So kind of those things that I was looking for. I know there's some stuff that alludes to this, to directors kind of doing some of that work, but I really think this needs to be a separate called out goal, that we really have a strong roadmap and plan that includes that external facing. This goal area in general could include other things as well, like other policy discussions that we want to have in the future. I know there are things that we hear from the public that they want us to discuss, such as housing reparations or other types of reparations. Examining whether we want to rename parks or gift park space back to Native peoples, for example. I think there's a whole bunch of related work and policy discussions that we could have, and that could kind of be this new part of the roadmap could be a place where we kind of dump those kind of things to then look at in the future. So that's my biggest piece of feedback. I have a lot of other feedback that I can share offline with staff. Just some highlights that are higher priority for me. As Councilmember Curtis said, making our plan very, very clear for adding an equity board or commission or cabinet, whatever we're calling it. I know there's some kind of related things that are mentioned in the roadmap, but it's not really crystal clear that that's what our plan is. I think that's really important. Related to this, it's really important that we have a plan for how to bring the community along in this process. We've seen that it's been hard to get community input. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I think that we need to be bold in doing what's right, even if it's not popular. But that said, for this work really to be effective and long lasting, we need to do our best to bring the community along in these conversations. That's really important. So, and I think an equity board is one piece of how we can do that. I'd like to see some new goals, specifically an environmental justice goal linked to our SMP and a goal focused solely on youth. I know there are some goals that touch on some of these concepts, but I think that those are both important enough to be called out as their own goals. Also some things such as when we talk about emergency behavioral health, for example, in goal 2.2, I love that we have the community responder program included here, but I really think we need to be more comprehensive here and mention our role in creating a behavioral health crisis centers, landing zones, and also our role in working with NORCOM on dispatch protocols, because those are also really important pieces of this piece as well. Mayor Sweet, I had a similar note about different identities included in here as well. I love, for example, in section 5.1 that we're following King County's example of leading with race when prioritizing equity work. But I propose that we add the importance of consideration of intersectional identities here too. So QT BIPOC, or people who are both in the LGBTIQ community and people of color, women of color, people of color living with disabilities, et cetera. I think it's really important to focus on that. And I want to clarify that I believe this work that we're doing, this roadmap, should continue to center on the experiences of Black community members. And I think there's a way to do that and still do good work for the larger community. I've heard local racial justice leaders who say it way more eloquently than I'm going to. But basically, when you focus on improving the lives of those furthest from justice, you help those other groups as well. So I think it's really important. Absolutely, this work will continue and there'll be ripple effects that will help all sorts of folks in our community. But I think it really is important to remember where we started and keep that centered in the work. I will wrap up here just by saying on 10.3, I'm really glad that this was a discussion around the Human Services grant application process, which I was part of as a Human Services Commissioner reviewing those applications. And I'm really happy to hear that we'll continue the Human Services Funding Collaborative applications. That really helps nonprofits not have to apply separately to Kirkland and Bellevue and Redmond and all separately to kind of have one universal application. So that's fantastic. I also wonder if we can do even more to break down the barriers to funding access faced by, particularly by community-based organizations and other small nonprofits. I've heard concerns from smaller nonprofits about not only the burdensome application process, but also the data reporting requirements. So I'd really like for us to explore how we can go even further with this goal, with a goal to stand up perhaps a separate human services funding process for CBOs and small nonprofits that has more flexibility with application and data reporting requirements. We're seeing during this pandemic in particular, huge staff shortages with our human services providers. We can't just throw money at it because there aren't enough mental health professionals. There aren't enough folks. We're seeing this with some of our partners that they've had to shut down some of their programming and not provide those services. And if we can be more, I'm hearing that if we can be more relaxed with those data reporting requirements, so we allow some of the grant funding that we're giving to be used for paid time off for their staff, for a thriving or even a living wage for their staff, that would make a huge difference. So that's related to what we're talking about here. I'd love for us to have a separate conversation about that at some point, but wanted to mention that. So really looking forward to seeing the revised roadmap with input from staff, council, and the community. I'm excited for the addition of the DEIB staff to do this really incredibly important equity work. And I agree with my fellow council members that we need to cast a wide, nationwide net for that DEIB staff. So thank you so much for your great work.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. That takes us to Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Jim and David, for your work on this. To be honest, I don't know that I have a lot more to add than what's already been said. But I think I will just kind of reiterate some of the things that I'm looking for. I really don't think I have a lot of new things here, but in terms of topics or ideas missing, I guess I'm going to have a hard time answering that until I feel like I've heard from the public, the staff, the other organizations involved, and kind of get that input and then kind of gauge that and understand what they're thinking too. So I'm just going to kind of leave it there. In terms of priorities, yeah, the hiring the DEI manager, definitely a priority. Another one for me is really that partnerships with the business community and other external organizations, nonprofits and others, external stakeholders. I really think that that's where we're going to see the most benefits and we're going to touch the most number of people. And so, as we do that, I think, that's a big effort, to say the least. But how can we do it in kind of bite-sized chunks where we can try different things and work with different organizations and see what sticks, what doesn't, and just not be afraid to kind of to fail, I guess would be the question or the statement, and see what's going to be best there. The same thing. The other priority for me is, and this is kind of building off of what Councilmember Falcone said, it was really that community member engagement, item number 14 in the roadmap. It's not for a lack of trying of the city. I think we've really tried to reach out over the years and to get more people involved. and so it's not anything in terms of a desire that we have. It's really about how do we do it better, and that's just a tough one. I'm really kind of looking for different solutions there. I mean, people are busy. We have so many things going on that we reach out to the community about. I, even as a council member, I find it overwhelming, and as a community member, I'd probably be even more so. So again, I think, can we try different things of how we can do that? I mean, I think about this. We do all these surveys. We have all these different engagements. It's like, could we just do like a big open house every quarter where we kind of just combine a bunch of things and make sure we have different people involved? Because that's part of the problem is people are just overwhelmed. What do you choose? What do you do? Where do you partake? You have so many interests, but you don't want to attend a meeting every week or, take a survey, every other week. So, that's a really tough nut to crack, but that's one that I think is worth working on more. On the concerns I have, I just find that the roadmap to me, quite, again, overwhelming. There's just so many things there, and we obviously need to prioritize. I guess one thing that I've really liked about some of the other things we've done, like the sustainability master plan and even the tree code, is we kind of categorize things into before we prioritize them. We categorize them into what's a kind of a low effort, what's a kind of a moderate, what's a major kind of policy or resource intensive effort. So we can use that in the prioritization effort, because the low ones that don't have a lot of resource needs and are not major policy changes, those ones I think can just move forward, right? But the ones with major, we really have to prioritize those. So that would be helpful to me just because of the number. And that, like the mayor said, we'll probably be adding more over time. So we're always going to have to be reprioritizing. The second concern is again, I'm kind of focused on process here, is how do we monitor implementation? How do we track how we're doing? I'm not real clear on that, what that forum is. Is it the TI manager responsibility, and are there regular reporting that comes back to us? I'm just not clear on how we track that over time in a sustainable manner. And then the third item, a concern, is I think and David, I might be wrong, but I think you put out some communication before the holidays asking for input into the roadmap from the community. I assume you reached out individually to organizations, and I know I saw an email to staff. I think it's worth doing that again, because I think I missed a lot of things before the holidays. And so I think it's a really important thing that we want input on, and we don't want to I want to make sure it doesn't get lost in all the holiday stuff that people had to do and didn't do. The other thing is Jim, I don't know if you're planning on this. Are we thinking of an open house or some type of town hall to where we can have a conversation with the community to kind of review kind of the key roadmap items and for them to ask questions and kind of have a dialogue a little bit? Because I think a lot of this stuff doesn't come easy for people to understand. And are we thinking of doing something like that? That would be a kind of a question, I guess.
We are a virtual gathering. Right now, we've been focusing more on the individual groups, but we can very easily stand up, and we're contemplating standing up kind of a virtual town hall as to where we started to report back on the progress for sure. I'd be interested in seeing how, if we did one, seeing the interest, and if we have a lot of folks attending with a lot of questions and a lot of discussion, maybe we do another one. For example, I just think that would I would see a lot of benefit from that. So not a lot of new things for me, but those are some of the items on my mind. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pascal. Takes us to Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jim and David, thank you for all the work on this. The initial feedback that I had around clarifications, you've addressed a lot in your presentation, and I'm confident that's moving forward. On the topic of ideas missing, I want to expand on something we've heard pretty consistently from my colleagues, and that's how we handle barriers to council participation. And I don't think we've hit the mark yet in the discussion, because I think we need to look at this topic as strategically as we're looking at every topic here. And I want to look at the structure of how we look at elections, the compensation for council members, given the time required to do this job well, both for what we're doing for the city, but where we have responsibilities for representing Kirkland regionally. Perhaps benefits would be something that would look at that, where we've talked in some of these items about childcare or other things as a barrier for boards and commissions. I think that applies to council members as well. And I think there's an opportunity to learn from other communities that are been more successful in diverse representation. And I'm wondering if we might want to engage Sound Cities in their governing for racial equity and inclusion effort, because the questions that we're asking are questions that many cities around the region are asking as well. And perhaps in the spirit of many goals here, where we talk about researching best practices and providing options, that's something that we could do on a grand scale, where we're looking at this regionally and providing part of an effort that's looking at how cities throughout the region could look at this. We've offered as council members a bunch of individual ideas, but I really do think we need some research to look at that strategically, and that's the biggest thing missing. As far as priorities are concerned, I looked at this more as where are the areas where I would anticipate the council wanting to be involved in. They may not be the top priorities, but they're the ones that we're going to want to have some attention on. Clearly, you've heard about the DEIB manager recruitment. I'm interested in the partnerships with community organizations and how we develop those relationships first, and then the feedback channels second. Would like to learn more on that, especially how we can participate as council members and how our boards and commissions can do that. I want to look at how we take this work into the community. Several of my colleagues have mentioned going beyond the city, and there are some goals in here about engaging the chamber and training and building third places. I think that's something that we'll want to drill in on. The Civic Accelerator and the training program are something that I think that we'll want to look at in detail as a council, because we see that as a really way of developing the leadership pipeline. And then recruitment strategies. There were specific things in here around police and fire and city staff and boards and commissions. And I think each of those we're going to have to look at what's the right tailoring and customization of a strategy that gets us a pool that really reflects the community. Finally, we're going to be doing all this work to be proactive in working on our equity and inclusion, but I also want to make sure we're spending time on our response. The Ombud program and how we restructure that is going to be one piece of it, and there's also a mention of what to do in case of an incident within the community, and I want to make sure we have good plans for rapid and robust response to any incidents, both big and small. Some may be a learning opportunity, some may be something, as is mentioned in one of the goals, is how we respond to a report of a hate crime. So we want to look at response in both of those. Those are the things that are my priorities to learn more about. On the concern front and the clarification front, there's a tremendous body of work here. My biggest concern is how we do this work well. The timeline that is proposed in the draft roadmap covers very specific things for 2022 and nothing beyond. And I would like city staff to take a second look at the timelines that they're committing to, and potentially extend these, because I would much rather take the time, get some feedback on how we do things and do them well with a roadmap that maybe for the next year and a half or 2 years, but things that we know that we can hit. If we've learned nothing in the last couple of weeks is the city's going to continue to need to operate among COVID variants that we're dealing with, and things like this snow and cold emergencies that we've dealt with. And I want to make sure we're being realistic about what we can accomplish on this. So would like to look at the timeline again. Other than that, amazing work on this. I'm really proud of the leadership that the city of Kirkland is showing in this, and how it's another example of a strategic plan that we are and continue to lay out how we're going to go implement this and really show what we're doing in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold. And that takes us to Councilmember Nixon.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. When we embarked down this path, some people in our community were convinced we have structural racism in our city government, and that we needed to do a deep examination to find it and root it out. I thought we were going to get a list of specific problems that needed to be fixed. I would observe that this document is not such a list. Maybe a list exists that I haven't seen. What I see here is a long list of recommendations on how we can make Kirkland even better than we already are. But from what I can tell, our consultant, after many months of investigation, did not find specific examples of structural racism in Kirkland. And if that's the case, then that's great news, and we should be trumpeting that. By my count, there are 67 specific recommendations in this plan. I have comments on every one of them. And as it's been observed, we just don't have time during this session to go through them all. And so I will share some high-level thoughts like my colleagues have. I fully support many of the items in this plan. Many are things I've been talking about for as long as I've been on the council. Some examples. We need a strong ombuds program to help people who are having problems navigating the city bureaucracy, including people who are new to the country and not used to government being helpful. We need to improve our public engagement processes for everyone, including people of color. We can't continue to just listen to the same self-selected 200 people that we hear from all the time. We need to make sure our comprehensive emergency plans account for the needs of everyone in our community, especially people with disabilities and people with limited English proficiency. And that includes just recently our snow and ice response and things like suspension of solid waste service. One wonders how people with limited English proficiency dealt with not knowing that their trash wasn't going to be picked up. We need to make sure communication between employees and management is open and frank and without fear of retribution, with feedback and ideas freely shared. I completely support that. And we need to figure out how to get people to report hate crimes. And more importantly, figure out how to change hearts and minds throughout the community so those incidents don't happen in Kirkland in the first place. And I absolutely agree that we need specific, measurable, achievable, time-limited goals with progress against them being tracked and not just vague statements. But that said, I do have concerns about several items in the plan. Just some broad themes. To me, the plan comes across in many places as saying race will be front and center of everything the city does. And I really don't want that to be the case. It shouldn't be all race all the time. One specific example is section 5.2. which talks about DEIB plan being part of the city work program forever into the future. I think it makes sense for the execution of this plan to be on the city work program this biennium and next. And I agree with Councilmember Arnold that it needs to be extended beyond 2022. But I disagree with it automatically being a part of the work program forever in the future. DEIB is part of our vision. It's part of our council goals. It needs to be addressed in plans for many departments. But we need to execute this plan and not have it be one of the top 10 city projects forever into the future. I'm concerned that if we hire employees whose full-time job it is to find racism in our city government, and their livelihood depends on finding it, then they will be finding it all over, even if it is not objectively there. I'm not convinced yet that we need to have an FTE dedicated to this task beyond maybe the first 2 or 3 years. But permanent FTE, I'm not convinced yet. I want us to be doing DEI things because they are an effective response to identified problems, not just to make city leadership feel good or look good in the eyes of peers. Some of the things in this plan seem more about appearance than substance. And something I talked about when we passed our equity and contracting policy back in September, we need to be very careful about setting diversity goals so as not to trip over into illegal quotas or discrimination against qualified candidates. And not just candidates for city employment, but also boards and commissions and neighborhood association boards. Expanding outreach to BIPOC communities and other marginalized communities is fine, but quotas are not. And I don't want to see us elevate diversity over competence in hiring or appointments. Anyway, like I said, I have a lot of detailed comments and need to figure out what we're going to do to allow each of us to submit those. I was thinking maybe we could do something like we did earlier with the tree code, where we could each submit our comments to staff. They could integrate them into a single document. They could respond to those in writing and include recommendations on how they could be resolved. And maybe that would allow it to proceed offline rather than having an all-day council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon. That takes us through this process. We do have 15 more minutes before we are finished with this with this study session. So do we want to continue conversation, perhaps with regard to Councilmember Nixon's proposal?
You mean the last proposal about how to deal with the other comments we all have?
Correct.
Yeah.
City Manager.
So I do like that proposal from Councilmember Nixon. I do think that what would be helpful is if people do have detailed comments, if they could send them to Jim and David. And what we could do is we could sort of triage them and see whether they're in conflict or if there's any that we feel like really need to be brought back. The intent of this product is to come back to you with an edited version that shows things and track changes and allows council also to make, final proposed amendments. So, you'll have a document, and if there's things that a council member would prefer to change, you can then have an opportunity to do that as well. So, but I think a starting point would be anyone who feels like they have some detailed comments you want to send, go ahead and send them to us, and then we could take responsibility for trying to make sure we reflect them back in a way that allows you to see if you're in different places.
Council comfortable with that? Councilmember Nixon?
Just a question for staff on what you think would be the best form for that. We could just put it in email by section numbers. We could embed comments in a Word version of the document. What do you think would be the easiest way for you to be able to cut and paste the comments into a single document?
Maybe I defer to David here. I'm thinking as long as you're referencing the objective, the number, then we'll be fine. But David, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, Jim, I would agree. I think we're adaptable. So whatever is easiest for council.
So I guess what that means is that if folks are interested in going line by line, feel free to do so. But if you feel like your message is clear at this point, there is no requirement to do so.
That's correct.
Okay. And with that, you want to take off an extra 15 minutes for dinner? Okay, folks, go comb your hair. We got a ceremony ahead.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on a draft diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging 5-year roadmap. We are now at a point in our agenda where the council members and Judge Olson will take their oaths of office. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. As you said, we'll be celebrating the oath of office for all those citywide elected officials that were elected in 2021 November general election. The order is going to be that the Honorable Judge John Olson will be sworn in by our City Attorney, Kevin Raymond. And then following the judge's oath of office, the judge will be providing the oath of office to the newly elected 4 council members by alphabetical order. So, beginning with Deputy Mayor Jay Arnold. So I think we'll start off with Judge Olson and Kevin Raymond to present the oath of office.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Judge Olson. It's an honor and a privilege to help with your oath of office. We are so grateful that you are our city's judge. Would you please raise your right hand, Judge? Do you, John R. Olson, having been duly elected to the office of City of Kirkland Municipal Court Judge, solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office as prescribed by law and to the best of your ability, and that you will support and maintain the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States of America?
I do.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and then we'll be taking the council members individually in order. Again, by alphabetical order, it'll be Deputy Mayor Jay Arnold, followed by Councilmember Neil Black, Councilmember John Pascal, and then Mayor Penny Sweet.
Congratulations to all of you. Having gone through the process, I have new respect for what you've gone through, not only to get here, but what you've done to maintain your positions. So congratulations. Mr. Arnold, if you'd raise your right hand for me. Do you, Jay Arnold, having been duly elected to the office of Kirkland City Council, position number 1, solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office as prescribed by law and to the best of your ability, and that you will support and maintain the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States of America?
I do.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Olson, and congratulations to you too.
Thank you. Councilmember Black, will you raise your right hand for me? And do you, Neil Black, having been duly elected to the office of Kirkland City Council, position number 5, solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office as prescribed by law and to the best of your ability, and that you will support and maintain the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States of America?
I do.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Councilmember John Pascal, raise your right hand for me. And do you, John Pascal, having been duly elected to the office of Kirkland City Council, position number 7, solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office as prescribed by law and to the best of your ability, and that you will support and maintain the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States of America?
I do.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
And Mayor Sweet, if you'll raise your right hand for me, please. And do you, Penny Sweet, having been duly elected to the office of Kirkland City Council, position number 3, solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office as prescribed by law and to the best of your ability, and that you will support and maintain the Constitution of the State of Washington and of the United States of America?
I do. And thank you so much, Judge, for doing this for us this evening.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. Congratulations to all.
God bless you. And welcome back, best darn city council in the state of Washington. We've got work to do. And the first body of work we have is the selection of mayor and deputy mayor. Nominations are now in order just for the public, anybody who's watching. We do this every 2 years, every election cycle. So it is now time to elect a mayor and deputy mayor who will serve for the next 2 years. Can I get a nomination? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been a rough couple of years. We have had an unprecedented leadership challenge. We've had a difficult time with the pandemic and social justice issues, but as a council, we have managed to continue to move forward, accomplishing significant policy goals and creating social and safety nets for our business and our community members. During this time and during the last 6 months, I've been thinking about this a lot, about what our leadership should look like next year. And I really strongly feel that this is not time for a change, that the best course forward is to maintain our leadership now. Both Mayor Sweet and Deputy Mayor have served with dedication, compassion, and are recognized and well-respected regional leaders. I think it's important that as we move forward in 2022, which is already proving to be turbulent, that we focus on leadership stability and continue our successful course. Therefore, I nominate Penny Sweet to remain as Kirkland's mayor. She has served admirably as our mayor. She has shown true leadership during difficult times. She greets everyone with a warm, gracious, open heart. She supports and shows appreciation and baked treats to our city staff. She is respected by the Kirkland community and our regional partners, and she shares her spotlight with the rest of us. She will continue to do an excellent job as Kirkland's mayor.
I'd like to second that nomination.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Curtis. Are there any further nominations for the role of mayor? Seeing none, all those in favor of selecting Penny Sweet as mayor for the following 2 years, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries. Thank you very much. We now will be accepting nominations for deputy mayor. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wow, well, Councilmember Curtis, that is a tough act to follow. I will echo your comments for both the mayor and the deputy mayor. I feel that Deputy Mayor Arnold has done a fantastic job as our deputy mayor. As a new council member, I really looked to him and his leadership in a lot of instances over the past couple of years. In particular, Deputy Mayor Arnold represents us really well regionally and also does a fantastic job of reaching compromise, oftentimes on the fly during a council meeting. And that's something that I particularly admire about our deputy mayor. So, Madam Mayor, I would like to nominate Jay Arnold for selection as Kirkland deputy mayor.
Okay.
Was that a second from Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Jay Arnold has been nominated as deputy mayor. Are there any further nominations? Seeing none, the question is on the nomination of Deputy Mayor Jay Arnold for the position of Deputy Mayor for 2 more years. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? There are none. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, that takes us to honors and proclamations. And the proclamation this evening is the Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service Proclamation. Deputy Mayor Arnold is going to help me with this, but I'll first introduce it to the city manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So on behalf of the staff, I just want to say congratulations to all the re-elected council members and congratulations to you, Mayor Sweet, and you, Deputy Mayor Arnold. Staff is very excited to work with this council again, and we look forward to tackling all the wonderful challenges and opportunities ahead in 2022. Congratulations. So tonight, we're going to be proclaiming January 17th, 2022 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service in the city of Kirkland. And the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day is an American, federal, and Washington state holiday commemorating the birthday of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. This holiday was first passed into law on November 2nd, 1983, when it was signed by President Ronald Reagan. And the holiday has been observed on the third Monday of January each year. Dr. King's birthday is January 15th. In 1994, Congress evolved this into a day of service, as you'll hear in the proclamation. And the city has many opportunities for people to provide service on our website. If you go to the city's website and click on community events, you can find opportunities with the city and with nonprofit organizations and others to do a day of service in Kirkland.
A proclamation of the city of Kirkland proclaiming January 17th, 2022 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service in Kirkland. Whereas the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, challenged all residents to help build a more perfect union and live up to the purpose and potential of America, and his teachings continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges in our own communities. And whereas in 1994, Congress initiated the King Holiday and Service Act, a nationwide effort to transform the federal holiday honoring the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. into a day of community service grounded in Dr. King's teachings that help solve social problems while focusing on bringing people together and breaking down the barriers that have divided us as a nation. And whereas serving on the King holiday is an appropriate way to honor Dr. King, meet local and national needs, bring our residents together, and strengthen our communities and nation. And whereas the King Day of Service is the only federal holiday commemorated as a National Day of Service and offers an opportunity for Americans to give back to their communities on the holiday and make an ongoing commitment to service throughout the year. And whereas the King Day of Service projects are being organized by a wide range of nonprofit and community organizations, educational institutions, public agencies, private businesses, and other organizations across the nation. And whereas community members are encouraged to participate in King Day of Service volunteer events and commit a full year of service to their neighbors and community, since positive change requires the collective action of everyone. Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday as a day of service in Kirkland and calls upon the people of Kirkland, Washington to serve their neighbors and their community through participation in community service projects on Martin Luther King Jr. Day and to commit to a year of service to generate positive change.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This takes us to item number, hold on. Are we at item 7, communications?
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we are at item number 7, communications. We have no announcements, so this is the time for items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public still cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or by telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of any issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand, and I see a number of hands raised. If you are not participating by phone, please dial star, or if you're participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating on Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to go to the city's website to watch the meeting on live stream. Now, I understand that we are having problems with upgrading attendees, so we're just going to try this. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 folks who have signed up to, or whose hands are raised. So we will start with Scott Brady and see if we can promote him.
Hello, that seems to have worked. I'm going to start my video now.
Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Hi. Good evening. Should I start speaking now or?
Yes, please, go ahead. Kathy, do I have the clock?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Brady. I'm a resident of Kirkland. I've lived here since 2008. In the last couple of years, a neighbor of mine has started burning at nuisance levels, and they burn in a pair of illegal uncertified wood stoves. I've submitted a PDF to the for the council's review before this meeting that outlines the issues, and I will be discussing those here. Hopefully, I know that you're all very busy, and I know that with so much swearing-ins going on that you might not have had a chance to review all of that, but if you have, I do appreciate it. And if it's possible for you to follow along with the PDF, if you want to just flip to page 6 of that, the overhead view of my home and the nearby neighbor who is doing the illegal burning. Well,
Mr. Brady, how did you send that to us?
I sent that through city staff.
Okay. Kathy, do you have it?
I do, and he sent it to the city council's email address, so you should have received it.
I don't have it.
Okay, I'll forward it.
I could also, I think I might be able to share my screen and run it through it that way.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll give that a try.
Okay, and we'll extend your time just a little bit.
Thank you, I do appreciate that. All right, this is a bit of a long PDF, so I do appreciate it when I will not be running through the entire thing. I'm just going to run through parts of it. And put some full screen mode. So effectively, what we have here is an overhead view of my home. And my nuisance neighbor burns year-round. This started at about mid-2019, and it's just escalated and escalated and escalated. And throughout the pandemic, I have had no use of my yard throughout the year because there's constant burning. In the PDF, there's a link to my YouTube channel where I've put up many short videos. I do not apologize for the language, but brace yourselves and you might want to turn it down if you have children. Effectively, there are 2 wood stoves on this property, one in the corner here and one in the middle of the home here, and they are always burning. These neighbors have monthly trash service, not weekly, and they burn their garbage. They also burn, I've caught them burning press board and plastic and other things that they shouldn't be burning. I've caught them on video chopping up treated wood recently to throw into the fire. And this is smoking me out of my home. I've had to spend thousands of dollars on air purifiers, monitoring equipment, what have you. I haven't had any enjoyment of my property in the last 2.5 years because of this. It's out of control. These are not individuals that I've been unreasonable with. I've done everything I can to work with them one-on-one, and they have refused my offers to haul away their trash, to help them buy upgraded wood stoves that are certified, or to help get their home insulation problem solved or whatever so they can use their electric heat. And I've been met with, we like a fire. Well, their likes are impacting my quality of life to the point where I can't use my property. And that's out of control. Moreover, I've spoken to other members of the community who have had the same issues I've had, where in contacting state and city agencies asking for help, we've been either ignored or pushed to the side in favor of don't worry, the problem will eventually go away kind of attitudes, or it's not so bad. And the city has tried. John Ishmael in particular has tried very hard. He has come to my street. He has spoken to my neighbors who complained to me endlessly for years, and then refused to file complaints. Effectively, I've referenced I think it's 11.24.020 code that says that citizens have the right to clean air, and it goes on about the nuisance burning issue and what that means. But there's no mechanism for city staff to enforce issues with that.
Mr. Brady, I'm going to give you another 15 seconds.
Thank you very much. I ask that you amend these. I've provided recommendations in the PDF that should happen immediately. My neighbors should be forced to pay for weekly garbage service because their garbage can is full and they are burning their trash. This is out of control, and I do appreciate your look in this, and I do want to mention that I will not spend another year trapped inside my home because of nuisance burning.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. And I'm sure we will all look at this carefully.
I appreciate it.
Okay, that will bring up a telephone number. Oops, where'd it go? Ending in 0345. If we can bring that individual up. Welcome, please introduce yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Rachel Vito. I'm a resident of Houghton, and I'm here to give kudos to the Houghton Community Council. Yesterday, a columnist in the Urbanist said, "It's undeniable that we continue to make room for far too many cars in our cities." Houghton Community Council voiced its opinion several years ago when it asked the City of Kirkland to provide transportation impact data for a big development called the HERC. When research on cars and their impact was not provided, Houghton stated it could not approve this development without understanding the impact it would have on traffic. Kirkland City Council wanted to proceed without having this information. More recently, Houghton Community Council expressed its disfavor with proposals that would line streets with cars. The City of Kirkland was in favor of cars parked on streets, even narrow streets with no sidewalks that are frequented by bicyclists and pedestrians. This would have made the streets unsafe for those out walking or riding their bikes. Again, Kirkland would have just marched forward and allowed cars to take over. The City of Kirkland claims it wants to sunset the Houghton Community Council because of equity issues. However, when working with developers to re-envision the Totem Lake area, the Kirkland Community Council discarded the requirements for affordable housing. This is a huge area of redevelopment that should be providing its share of low or very low income housing. This is why voices such as the Houghton Community Council are important in our local government. The Houghton Community Council worked with the City of Kirkland to provide the first and only transit-oriented development in the city. The lowest apartment rents are here at the Transit Center. Houghton Community Council jurisdiction also recently had an older apartment with commercial space completely remodeled and expanded to 55 subsidized housing units. This is one of the biggest subsidized housing commitments in the city. It is right next door to grocery, pharmacy, banks, and nearly every type of service imaginable. Kirkland would like to say that Houghton is causing barriers to affordable housing, but when faced with a public records request asking for data to support this, they report that they have nothing and suggest that we use publicly available census data. When we do this, we find that Houghton is doing better than Kirkland, slightly more ethnically diverse, many more residents living in multifamily homes, a bunch more people who are within 5 minutes from work, and many more people who do not drive solo to work or commute 30 minutes or more. Thank you, Houghton Community Council, for your hard work and steady hand. You are helping us address the future needs in ways that change can actually be accepted and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings up a telephone number ending in 7017.
Yes.
Welcome. Can you introduce yourself,
Hi.
please?
Yes, my name is Malia McCabe. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor, and council members. As I said, my name is Malia McCabe, and I've been a resident of the Houghton neighborhood for 25 years, and I'm actually going to echo what Rachel Bader just said about the Houghton Community Council, actually. And I'm asking also for the state to not sunset the HCC. The justifications that you're giving to sunset the Houghton Community Council have been laid out in an equity report. However, none of the claims that have been substantiated by any data. First of all, we know that there's no data supported to support these justifications because we have asked for the data through public records requests, and we were told that there is no data, there's nothing, and Kirkland has no data to support these claims. We were then told to look the census data and to do our own analysis, and we did do this. We compared the Houghton Community Council jurisdiction to the rest of Kirkland, and our own independent analysis showed that there's just as much affordable housing in Houghton, just as Mrs. Beto suggested, as in other areas of Kirkland. And in fact, the lowest rents are in Houghton at the Kirkland transit-oriented development. And it shows that no less school infrastructure or business or commercial uses. The bottom line is that the census numbers don't show any barrier to achieving the goals that form your rationale for sunsetting the Houghton Community Council. And finally, and most importantly, instead of making the decision based on facts, the Kirkland City Council is relying on a summary of consultants of just approximately 18 interviews. The interviews that were neither the City Council nor the community members have seemed to know what the questions were asked. And none of us even know the accuracy with which the consultants summarized these answers. So, in fact, some of the consultants' summary has been refuted by some of the people that were interviewed in those groups. And so, therefore, because of all these reasons that I've stated, I'm asking for you to remove the sunsetting of the HCC from the legislative agenda. So, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings up Karen Levinson. Welcome, Ms. Levinson.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members, and congratulations. I'm Karen Levinson, and I'm here to talk to you about asking the state about the fact that you are asking the state to legislatively sunset Houghton Community Council. Let me first clarify, we do not agree with the city's comments that the state created Houghton Community Council. The state created a statute that allowed two cities to consolidate, just like a state might create the ability of partners to enter a marriage. But the marriage contract is between the two people who wish to get married. The consolidation of Kirkland and Houghton was between two municipalities. Kirkland had been wanting a union with Houghton for a very long time. Kirkland stood to benefit from the union and promised Houghton that in return, the jurisdiction could retain a community council. The equity of the contract was agreed to by the cities, with each of them being entitled to certain benefits in 1968 and in the years to come, as long as Houghton re-voted for its continuation. The state is not a party to the contract. It is merely a bystander. The state should not be asked to interfere. A bit more of this marriage analogy. Two parties may have reasons to enter into a prenuptial agreement. Once that agreement is reached, one party cannot just say, "Oh, I meant for this prenup to go away in 30 years. The black letters on the page document the agreements and when and how they might be terminated. In the case of Kirkland and Houghton, the prescribed vote has been taken every 4 years. That was the agreement. And 76% of the eligible voters have just voted to continue HCC. Now Kirkland wants out. Do you give the residents of Houghton any formal notice or an opportunity to be impartially heard? You have been asked to do that, but you decided you would not provide due process, even though what you want to do away with are non-trivial property rights. And why should the state waste its time doing the listening work that you are unwilling to do? Larry Springer has clearly wanted to do away with Houghton Community Council since 2001. First, he tried to bring legislation forward without consulting any of the Kirkland City Council. Then he tried a second, third, and a fourth time. In the last attempt, state legislators seemed tired of hearing this plea. The legislators again remind him that HCC was clearly the inducement that made Houghton agree to the consolidation. They go on to tell him again that the state shouldn't break up agreements made to facilitate consolidations and annexations. He should honor the agreement. Folks in Houghton have strong feelings about keeping Houghton Community Council. They want a fair discussion. They gave up their structure as a city for the bargain struck with Kirkland. Reverting back to the city of Houghton or joining with another community like Yarrow Bay would be costly. Perhaps if Kirkland no longer wishes to abide by the marriage agreement, they should work out terms with Houghton where Kirkland pays the cost of Houghton reestablishing itself.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Your time is up.
It's never too late to take a step backwards to ensure a fair process. Thank you.
Okay, that brings up Scott Morris. Welcome, Mr. Morris.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor Arnold and council members. My name's Scott Morris. I'm a member of the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance Board of Directors and a resident of the Finn Hill area. I'm speaking tonight with respect to, I believe it's agenda item 11C concerning Chapter 95, the tree code, and wanted to elaborate on an aspect of the letter that the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance sent to the council earlier this week. As the staff memo is written, landmark trees are treated just like any other regulated tree for the purposes of homeowner removal of trees. That means that 2 landmark trees could be removed every year, or if the property is large enough, as many as 4 per year. And the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance would recommend that the council reconsider that policy and adopt one that would limit the rate at which landmark trees could be removed by homeowners. We would recommend that the council consider something akin to what the Planning Commission recommended a couple of years ago. And that would be that there would be 1 landmark tree permitted for removal every 2 years. But if a homeowner needed to remove 2 landmark trees in a given year, they would be allowed to do so by borrowing against, in effect, their future years. And that would be a means of protecting landmark trees from rapid removal from the city's tree canopy, but also allowing homeowners the opportunity to complete projects that might entail multiple landmark tree removals at one time. And we would hope the council would consider that. A second comment I would make is that we also hope that when homeowners are removing trees as a matter of right as part of their quota, they should be required to notify the city as to what they're doing so that the city has an ongoing flow of information as to which trees in its tree canopy are being removed, how big they are, what their species is, and so they can track the effect on the canopy of voluntary homeowner removals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. We have had 3 speakers in support of the Houghton Community Council, so we will not be taking any further comment with regard to that issue. Our next hand is Ken McKenzie. Welcome, Mr. McKenzie.
Howdy. Congratulations to everyone, and thank you for having me. I'd like to share my screen so I can show a few slides, if that works, and if I can make it happen. Well, looks like I failed. That's okay. So I want to talk about something completely different. I'd like to talk about a pool. I think that's an action item for 2022. And I want to go back and help people remember a bit of what happened in 2015, where Proposition 1 to create a Metropolitan Park District lost really big. There was a 63% no vote. And the really interesting thing about this is the election was not about a pool. The proposition that was put forth by the city was entitled Formation of a Kirkland Aquatics and Recreation District. It was basically a park action. to create what the state calls a metropolitan park district. And the first sentence of the proposition was, Proposition 1 concerns formation of a metropolitan park district under chapters 35.61 RCW. So the fundamental issue that the city put before the voters was, should Kirkland form a metropolitan park district? And they motivated part of that by saying, if you do, you'll get a pool. But fundamentally, the public debate was whether or not the city should form a metropolitan park district. And I went back and dug up some slides from the campaign. And one slide that the No campaign used often was, parks are cool, and said, and pointed out to the voters that new parks and buildings are paid for by regular bonds. Voter approval for each and every project, there's a known cost. They're paid off over time. And park operation and maintenance is paid for by user fees and tax levies of various sorts. The park department is advised by citizens appointed by the park board. The park board is, of course, citizens. So we have a No campaign that's based around answering the question that the city put before the voters of, do we want a metropolitan park district? And there was a huge voter interest in this. In that election, there were 19,300 votes cast on Proposition 1. And that compares to 17,000 and 16,000 that were cast in contested city council races. So there was more interest in the MPD issue than there was in city council races. And yet the voters defeated the Metropolitan Park District by 63% no to 37% yes.
Mr. McKenzie, I'm afraid that your time is up. I'm going to ask you if you can send us your comments so we can kind of get to the heart of what it is that you're trying to communicate with us.
Yes, and I'd like to help build a pool.
Thank you very much. Okay, that brings up Karina O'Malley.
Hi, thank you. I'm Karina O'Malley. I live in Bridle Trails in Kirkland, and I work at the Lake Washington United Methodist Church as the Safe Parking Coordinator. I wanted to take this moment to thank the City of Kirkland and especially Leslie Miller and Jen Boone for creating an emergency response for unsheltered people during the recent severe weather. The response for the Safe Parking program at my church, which invites women and families who live in their vehicles to park in the church parking lot. The severe weather response was to offer everyone in that program a motel room from December 24th through January 3rd. This allowed 30 people from my program, including 2 children, to spend the bitterly cold, snowy, and icy days inside, warm and safe. I appreciate the willingness of the City of Kirkland to act quickly and decisively and to prioritize the safety for these Kirkland residents who normally sleep outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Malley. Appreciate it. Okay, I see no further individuals indicating a desire to speak with us tonight. Is there anyone else interested in addressing the council this evening? Okay, seeing none, I will declare the items from the audience portion of this meeting closed. This takes us to public hearings. There are none. Then on to special presentations, the COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I do have a bit of a detailed COVID-19 update for the moment. The first thing to highlight is if you go to the link in the council packet and you go to the link on our website, there's updated results of our commercial and rental and residential rental relief programs. I'm very pleased to report as at the end of last year, we've already given out over $400,000 of ARPA relief funds to residents and commercial tenants, and also as part of utility relief, and we certainly have more to come. So Very proud of the effort of the staff and the partners that we've been working with to get that money out. We'll continue to do that, and thank you to the council for allowing us to use it in that way. The second thing I wanted to highlight is that we're going to be giving a comprehensive ARPA report to the City Council at the February 1st council meeting. So a lot more details talk about not only those programs, but the other programs that we're funding with ARPA, so you'll see all that coming up soon. Then I was asked to give a little bit of a COVID-19 update related to the firefighter situation. And so I'm just going to read some of the things that I got from the fire chief to make sure that the council and the public is aware of the latest information around that. So I think, as you all know, the governor mandated that firefighters to provide emergency medical services needed to be vaccinated by October. We ended up with 12 firefighters in the city of Kirkland who chose not to be vaccinated for a variety of reasons, and we were able to accommodate them to the end of the year, but our ability to accommodate ended on December 31st, 2021. We ended up with 12 final firefighters. Of those 12, 4 were formally separated with the department on 12/31, the end of last year. 4 of those are currently on some form of leave that we've been working with them on, and 2 have pending L&I claims, and so we'll be processing that in partnership with them over the next coming weeks and months. One of the firefighters is the assistant fire marshal, and we're able to accommodate that person in the fire prevention service doing the current work that he's already doing. And then we do have one firefighter who's indicated that they'll be fully vaccinated, and we've been able to bring them back as soon as that vaccination occurs. We also have executed a partnership with an MOU with the IFF that the city will rehire any of these firefighters if either they get vaccinated or if the mandate from the government, the state government, is lifted. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that, and I'll talk a little about the staffing impacts of that next. But first, let me just see if any council members have any questions.
I see none.
Okay, so those 12 firefighters have, I'm sorry, Councilmember Curtis.
No, it was my delay. I just thought of it. So if we've committed to rehiring, if the situation changes, what happens to the people that we hire to replace?
So the agreement with the IFF has a 2-year potential rehire period. And the reason we are confident that that would not displace anyone is that with the passage of Fire Proposition 1, as you know, there were 20 new positions created. In addition, we typically see anywhere from 3 to 5 firefighters. We usually have over 100 firefighters. Any particular year, 3 to 5 firefighters retire. So we're expecting over the next couple of years to see another 5 to 10 firefighters who just leave for natural reasons, mostly retirement. So with all of those vacancies, even though we are hiring aggressively, and I'll talk about that in just a second, we do think we'll have plenty of vacancies should any of those firefighters choose to return. So,
all right, thank you.
They would also, the seniority and everything gained by current firefighters in the system would continue to accrue. So they would just come back into the current slots. Okay, so we have been without these firefighters on the line since October 18th, when the governor's mandate went into effect. So I just wanted to report that we have been able to keep all of our stations fully staffed. We're currently at minimum staffing levels, primarily through the use of overtime. There has only been one occasion where, as a result of this, we haven't been able to use the ladder truck because we were short a driver. But in that situation, we transfer some of the equipment to the fire engine, and so we're still fully staffed and able to respond in most cases. This only happened for one shift on one day over the last couple months. And that moving to the engine is also the same thing that we do when the ladder truck is out for service or maintenance or for some other reason. So it's relatively typical to have the ladder truck out for periods of time. So the good news is that we have 8 firefighter recruits that will be entering the 2022 Academy in mid-February, and they'll be graduating at the end of May. We also have 7 firefighters that were hired for the Fire Proposition 1 who are graduating in February and will be joining us in February. So by the time the May class is finished, we'll have replaced all the firefighters that have been separated, and the impact of this will obviously be able to slow down the increase that we hope to accomplish with the Fire Proposition 1, but we think we'll be able to recover that over the next couple of years. And obviously our hope is that some conditions change and some of those firefighters actually return to us. So definitely our top priority, I know, of the council and certainly of the city manager and the fire chief, to keep our community safe. So we'll be monitoring the situation carefully And if anything changes, we'll certainly let the council know if there's any resources or actions that we need. So happy to answer any questions on that.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Kirk, for the update. Really appreciate it. So yeah, staffing is going to be a real challenge with firefighters over at least the next 6 months and maybe beyond that. And I guess as I just want to be informed of how that's going and getting some periodic updates, and maybe that would make the most sense as part of kind of the quarterly fire dashboard reporting. Just how are we doing on the staffing? What issues have we seen where we haven't been able to meet minimum staffing? What changes are we making? Because I see it as it's going to be kind of continual triage here for the next 6 months as we get the new recruits trained and on the line. So I just ask for just to be more informed of how that's going with some more periodic updates during this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a great suggestion to include updates in the quarterly report and then more as needed if anything else changes. So happy to do that.
Okay.
I'll also point out for the council and for the public that we do have contingency plans for every level of staffing. So we have a minimum staffing of 21 firefighters at any one time. We do have plans for what happens if we're at 20 firefighters or at 19 and 18 and so forth. So lots of planning has been going on in the department to make sure we keep the community safe. Any other questions on that? I have one other COVID update, then I'll be going to the 5434 update.
See none.
Okay, so some of you may have seen the emails that I sent out in the last couple of days, but I just wanted to remind the council that there's a federal OSHA emergency temporary standard that's going to be going into effect. I'm going to simplify a complicated issue because the emergency temporary standard has also been appealed to the Supreme Court, and also elements of the standard will actually have to be adopted by the state of Washington. So there's a whole series of things that complicate this, but the short version, to create certainty for everybody, the city of Kirkland is proceeding to comply with the emergency temporary standard. And what that standard says is that all employees and organizations over 100 employees need to either be vaccinated or undergo regular testing of not less than weekly by February 9th. So city of Kirkland, the first milestone is to make sure that all vaccination status is known by January 10th. So we're reaching out to all our employees to get that information. We have quite a bit of it already, but there's still some unknowns. And then we're going to be developing a program for allowing testing or requiring vaccination by February 9th. So we're still working on some of the details of the testing protocols, but we'll be communicating that to the public and to the council and to the employees as soon as we have those things finished. But I'm happy to answer any questions about that as well.
Have we made a decision as to whether we're going to do those tests inside or send them outside?
That is one of the details that we're still working out. There's some nuances to what is an allowed test and what are the requirements. So for example, many of the rapid home tests either don't qualify because they may not catch Omicron, and they can't be basically self-administered. They have to be watched by somebody else. So we're kind of working through a lot of those things about where we would do them, how we would do them, whether it's on the clock or not, so forth, things like that. They're still underway.
Great. So do you want to move into our 54-7 or 5434?
Yeah, so 5434, I just wanted to let the council and the public know about an email that I sent to you at the end of last year, which is, as you might recall, I'm going to try to put my glasses on because I have to read my own writing here. In Section 2E of 5434, there's an element that directs staff to develop a police body-worn camera program. And as you also know, that the council placed placeholder funding for a body-worn camera program in the 2021-22 budget as part of the Community Safety Initiative. And then in previous updates, we informed the council that we had applied for a $220,000 federal Department of Justice grant for body-worn cameras. And so we did hear that we actually received the grant, the $220,000 grant. And so if we were to accept that grant, that would certainly defray the cost of implementing a program. What we wanted folks to know is that accepting the grant does not mean we would start a body-worn camera program. And the grant program doesn't actually pay until the city completes up to 6-month public outreach program and develops policies and has those policies adopted by the council, which include things such as when are the body cameras on, who gets to decide when they're off, issues like facial recognition, all of those sorts of things would be dealt with during that process. State law also requires a public process for determining policies for body-worn cameras. So the grant program doesn't pay out until all those things are completed and adopted. So we have to decide about whether to take the grant by the end of January. We actually have a detailed presentation on body cameras coming to you on February 1st, which is not just about the grant, but about the whole program under 5434. So our recommendation is to accept the grant, start the process. We won't actually get any money from the grant until the process is completed. If at any point along the way the council decides that we aren't going to proceed with the body-worn camera program, either we just wouldn't accept the money or we would pay the money back if we had taken it. So be much more to talk to you about on February 1st, but I just want to see if council had any questions about that.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kurt, you mentioned that the council has to take action to, or the city has to take action to accept that. Does that require council action or not? And if so, is there going to be any formal action we'll be looking at for our January 18th meeting?
To accept the grant itself doesn't require council action. To execute the contract to accept the grant. The policies that actually get the city the money would require council approval. So there would be a formal action that would eventually lead to us getting the money that would come before the council.
Okay. Is that it for your report?
Okay, that's all I have. And then, of course, the study session was devoted to the roadmap, which is why there's not more on the 5434 update. So,
of course. Okay, that takes us to item number 10, the consent calendar. Before I ask for a motion, I'd like to have the deputy mayor give us an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,293,201.40 and bills in the amount of $7,347,551.22.
Thank you. Could I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Question is on the motion made by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Accept the consent calendar. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Takes us to our business agenda and the 2022 state legislative support agenda discussion. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So here to walk you through our discussion of adding our support agenda to our legislative action is our intergovernmental relations consultant, Lori McKay.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Welcome, Lori.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor. Congratulations and Happy New Year to everybody. Can folks see my screen here?
Yeah, I think you need to, there you go.
Okay. For the record, I'm Lori McKay, and I am working with council and city staff on Kirkland's 2022 legislative agenda as a government relations consultant. As the city manager just mentioned, tonight council is providing feedback on a draft 2022 legislative support items agenda, which is found on page 77 of council's packet tonight. The support items agenda is the third component in the city's overall legislative agenda, and it represents policy priorities of the city's ally organizations, which the council may choose to support or not. The city's final support items agenda will include selected priority issues that are championed by the ally organizations, which the city may support, but their priorities are not the city of Kirkland's priorities. In other words, the items council ultimately includes are important to the city, but they are not likely to result in council members testifying in Olympia on the issues. But they do include support efforts such as having the city's lobbyists sign in for some of the some of the issues at hearings, and or they might include the city sending letters of support to lawmakers. There are just 4 slides in my presentation tonight. Again, staff is seeking council's feedback on the draft. We'll emphasize the process surrounding the support items during session. We'll review the issue policy categories included for legislative support, and then we'll dive into council discussion. It's important to keep in mind that council's adoption of the support items agenda does not mean that the city supports everything from an ally organization's legislative priorities. Just using the Washington Low Income Housing Alliance as an example, just last week, the Alliance added the City of Kirkland's legislative priority of advocating for a property tax exemption for ADUs dedicated for occupancy by low-income people to its official support agenda. By adding this item to their support agenda, it does not mean that the Alliance supports Kirkland's other housing priorities for 2022, nor does it reflect that they support any of the City of Kirkland's other legislative priorities. So tonight, if council members feel strongly enough to have an item or issue stricken for the sake of clarity, that's entirely acceptable and may be done by motion. Also, for the issues and items that are maintained on the city's adopted support items agenda, formal city support of all related proposed legislation is contingent only upon the legislative work group's review and approval of the specific language in order to advance that item forward. This is a critical point of emphasis, and it's included in the opening paragraph at the top of the city's legislative support agenda, and its guidance is taken very seriously by staff and council. How the process works during the session is each bill draft associated with any of the adopted support items must be run through the city's review process, bill review process, where staff analysis and recommendations are provided to the legislative work group for their review each week. And then at each council meeting, the full council is provided with the staff analysis and recommendations throughout the legislative session, where council members may request additional information and or they may propose changes on a given position that the city has taken. The legislative support items are organized into 12 categories. As mentioned, the draft support items agenda can be found on page 77 of tonight's packet. You'll see some placeholders highlighted in the document representing items that, while they have been included in included by the council in the past, they weren't available or they weren't found by yours truly. When this draft was prepared for tonight's meeting, they may be added as they become available. Because the priority information included in this draft and in the attachments is general and conceptual rather than specific bill language, I'm not going to go through each of the many attachments, nor will I go through each issue included in the draft. Rather, I'll just summarize the categories of issues found within the draft, and I'll remind council members again that if there are policy issues listed that you believe should not be included, you may propose a motion to strike any item from the document or request staff return with additional information. So with that, starting at the top of the page here, the first category includes select City of Kirkland priorities from past legislative sessions. Also included in this draft tonight are 2 items that council did not include in its priorities for 2022, but asked that they be included in this support items agenda. And as a reminder, the first item that was that council moved is support for legislative actions that facilitate transit-oriented development, independent of sound transit schedule for the Kingsgate Park and Ride TOD pilot project and the I-405 Northeast 85th station area and other WSDOT-owned properties. The second item is support for passage of a transportation package. And just as a quick aside, I need to note here that In Governor Inslee's proposed budget, he included $60 million in funding for crisis stabilization facilities for homeless individuals in behavioral health crisis, creating an estimated 10 new 16-bed evaluation and treatment facilities, one in each region that's administered by the Washington State Healthcare Authority. And given council's current investment in and support of a regional crisis triage center sited in North King County, I should have included this proposal by the governor in tonight's draft. So council might want to consider adding support for that proposal.
Councilmember Curtis.
And Mayor, crisis infrastructure funding is really important to us. So I'd like to make a motion to include Governor Inslee's budget proposal of that $60 million for crisis stabilization facilities for homeless individuals in behavioral health crisis, as Lori outlined.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to add Governor Inslee's proposal to our legislative support agenda. Discussion? I have a comment. Lori, does that mean that we're throwing our support to the entire governor's proposal?
Not necessarily. I mean, in the same way that that council applies what it wants to include on this draft, we could isolate that $60 million proposal for that specific line item.
Does the council have a preference? Councilmember Curtis?
I would prefer that we isolate that line item and look at any other additions individually.
Then we'll just take the amendment as you initially proposed it. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to add this to our legislative support agenda. Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Lori, proceed.
Okay, I'll just finish up here. Thank you. Just the second category.
We lost everybody.
And then the remaining 9 categories are transportation, housing, human services, environmental issues, water, public safety, parks. I can't see my notes, but I can see number 11. And then other local government jurisdictions priorities. So I will stop here and ask council if there are any categories or specific issues listed in the draft that council members wish to discuss, or items missing that you want me to add, or I'll open it up.
Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks. I did notice that Deputy Mayor Arnold put his name on the chat first.
Go ahead, Councilmember Nixon.
As you might expect, there are a few items in this list that I would strike. But frankly, I don't even know that I would get a second to a motion. But I do want to take the opportunity to go through and express my concerns so that maybe the legislative work group can consider these concerns when evaluating the bill language. But if any of you would second something I mentioned, please wave me down, okay? First of all, I still do not support the idea of a state-run bank, and I would remove that. On the ETP, I don't outright oppose it, but I continue to have serious privacy concerns about the road usage charge. My feeling is that many people in our community, including myself, do not want the government to be able to track their movements. And whether that's in real time or whether that's not, like downloading their GPS locations a month at a time or whatever, I just don't feel like that's something people want. So if we see a specific proposal about the road usage charge, please pay careful attention to the privacy aspects of that. On the Low Income Housing Alliance, I continue to oppose rent control. It doesn't matter how it's labeled. If it's labeled as anti-gouging, it's still rent control. So I would not support rent control under some other name. In the Housing Development Consortium, my observation is that the majority, a large majority of the items on their list are not legislative proposals at all. They are proposals for King County. And so I don't know that that makes a difference in what we support, but I don't necessarily also want to give the impression that we're supporting everything they're proposing to King County. So we should just pay attention to that. I think there's only a couple of things on that list that are really legislative proposals. On the KCBH, remind me what KCBH is.
It is King County Behavioral Health.
Behavioral health.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that the two things under enhanced community-based response to behavioral health crises look like local things rather than legislative priorities as well. So there may or may not be bills that come up for those. On the People for Climate Action Kirkland, I will simply say I strongly oppose banning natural gas appliances. I think they are much more energy efficient than electrical appliances for heating, particularly when you consider transmission losses. And so if something comes up in the legislature to ban natural gas appliances, I would oppose it. On the Alliance for Gun Responsibility, there's two things that I'm concerned about. One is, first of all, criminals by definition don't obey the law. And when a criminal with a large magazine on their gun threatens the citizen should be able to counter that. And so I don't support banning large magazines and would prefer that we not support that. I also strongly oppose allowing people to sue gun manufacturers instead of the criminals who actually pull the trigger, just because the manufacturers have deep pockets. We don't sue car manufacturers when somebody intentionally runs into a parade full of dancing grannies, right? That incident will not result in a lawsuit against the car manufacturer. But if we allowed it against gun manufacturers, then that kind of thing would happen. And I don't support that. The last thing that I thought I'd comment on is, you all know I'm President Emeritus of Washington Coalition for Open Government, and WashCog still has not formally published their legislative priorities, but I just thought I'd pass along to you what I know is going to be the top priority that they are going to have. And that is to create an open government ombuds independent of the Attorney General's office at the state level, who would be an advocate for private citizens in trying to access records from agencies, both state and local. The ombuds in the AG's office, when it was established under Rob McKenna, was intended to be that, but it has since morphed into an advocate for agencies. It's just another advocate for agencies, like the whole rest of the Attorney General's office. And so it needs to be independent, whether it's under the auditor or whether it's under the state archives, under the Secretary of State, or whether it's a completely independent agency like the Utilities and Transportation Commission. We need to have independent ombuds who's going to help people navigate requesting public records. And that's likely to be the number one and maybe only legislative priority for WashCog this year. That's all my comments.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Nixon, for your comments and feedback on these. In the same spirit, instead of offering some amendments to the support agenda, I'm going to offer some feedback. My particular areas of concern are the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs agenda. A couple of the items that are on their agenda sound like that they may go beyond the clarifications that we are seeking in the police reform efforts that happened in the legislature last year, particularly in the clarify the decertification requirements in the third bullet and clarifying the duty to intervene. And any bills that speak to these topics, I would hope would go through the legislative work group, get staff analysis, so we can make a decision after a more detailed look at those versus supporting those particular items on the WashPIC legislative agenda. And then finally, under the clarify tactics area of WashPIC, they are advocating removal of the requirement that decisions to dispel a riot be made by a mayor, county commissioner, or governor. If this is a clarification item that was talking about how the mayor might delegate that, or whether it's more appropriate to be the city manager in our form of government, I would be supporting it. But I do support the original legislation last year that put elected officials in the loop of dealing with this kind of disturbance when you've got the kind of balancing that needs to happen around people that may be exercising their free speech rights. Again, I appreciate Councilmember Nixon's approach of providing some feedback, and I'm confident that the legislative work group can take this in hand and handle it appropriately as we make decisions on bills whether we're recommending support, oppose, or monitor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Haskell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I had a potential bill or legislation to suggest to add to support agenda or to monitor. And I think many of you know that I'm a member of the Washington State Active Transportation Safety Council. And through that council, we were made aware of a draft bill that the city of Tacoma was preparing. And the bill was to modify the state RCW around where traffic safety cameras could be located in cities. And it proposes to modify the RCW to allow speed cameras to be placed in other areas besides school zones. And there's some really specific criteria that they're suggesting to where these cameras could be located and how many cameras an agency could install based upon some population thresholds. I've reached out to Tacoma to get kind of the latest updates on that, and we're still waiting to hear back. But I do believe that this is something that's consistent with some of our policy principles and is worth monitoring and providing input on, potentially if it's language that we think is going to be helpful to our community and others. So I guess I think I just have to make a motion to either refer this to the legislative work group so that staff can engage with Tacoma and or whoever is sponsoring this legislation.
So if I could just let you know, Councilmember Pascal, when you made me aware of that bill coming up back in middle of November, I did share that with our lobbyists, and it is on our list of our tickler file of things to look for that might drop into the hopper. So we do have our eyes peeled for that, and we will add that into LobbyGov and put it through our analysis process and bring it through to the legislative work group and to the council and continue to monitor it once it pops out.
Okay, so I don't need to make a motion to add it at this time?
Sounds like it's already there.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy New Year, Lori. Nice to see you. Thank you, Councilmember Nixon, for your feedback. I did take copious notes, so we will be watching that. And I do feel like there's a couple things, particularly what Deputy Mayor Arnold highlighted. There's a couple things that we all sort of give us pause, and we do have the safety net of looking at bills that we're going to support, you know, as a council and deciding whether to support that. One of the thoughts that I had is that it's too late in this legislative process, but what I'd like to suggest is that before the next session, that we look through this list of allies and coalitions that we support and make sure that we think that they all are viable and worthy of our support, and also look at coalitions that we're missing, that we may possibly also want to look at their legislative agendas. I expect that to be somewhat of a time-consuming process because we're all going to bring things to the table and we're going to have to discuss. But I think it would be worthwhile. We just had a rollover of 4 council members, so we can sort of set our course moving forward on the allies that we choose to support. So I'm throwing that out there now, and then we could discuss it later when we start looking at our legislative agenda for next year. I also would like to add something to the support agenda. I'd like to make a motion that we add the Washington State Conservation election reform to the support agenda. And specifically, that's what I spoke about before, is looking at the King Conservation District's election and how state law mandates that it's in the first quarter of every year, and that historically there have been low voter turnout rates. In 2021, they actually have an election coming up in 22 or in February 22. 2021 was the highest election turnout, and it was 1% of the eligible voters, which is sad and not fair representation. There has been a bill, House Bill 1652. It's been introduced by Reps Dolan and Lekinoff by the request of the Washington State Conservation Commission based on the recommendations from the Joint Committee on Elections. It will adjust the King Conservation, or it will adjust Conservation District terms to 4 years. Elections would be every other year, and conservation districts would have the option to go to the ballot. So it's their choice. And talking to city manager today, of course, there will be issues on who pays for the elections, and all of that will come forward in the bill. But I'd like to make an motion to include that on the support agenda.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to add the King Conservation Election Criteria Reform Bill.
Washington State Conservation Election Reform.
Sorry, I did say King County. HB 1652?
Yes.
To our legislative agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Laura, you got more?
No, that's it.
Is that it on this page, or is that it for?
That's it. That's all yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and it's so good to see you in this new year.
Thank you.
That will take us to
Madam Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you. Two things. First, given the discussion, I'd like to move that we approve the city's 2022 state legislative support items agenda as amended.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to accept the amended support agenda. All those in favor, please, or any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you again, Laurie.
And one other item, Madam Mayor.
You go ahead.
Thank you. With the adoption of the legislative support agenda, we had the Washington Recreation and Parks Association support agenda, and ally organizations like the WRPA often ask for letters of support of their bills. WRPA has asked for a letter of support of House Bill 1025, which gives cities the option of a 0.1% sales tax for voter-approved parks funding. Earlier this week, I circulated a draft of a a support letter via email that the legislative work group is recommended for approval. And so I move that we authorize the mayor to sign this letter in support of HB 1025.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to vote to have me sign a letter supporting HB 10, is it 1025?
Yes.
Correct.
Any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, I'll just note that our general principles support additional revenue sources for cities. And while Kirkland doesn't have any specific plans to use this authority, this action would be support having that option in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Just adding tools to the toolbox. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Anything else, Deputy Mayor Arnold? Laura, you may go. Thank you very much. This takes us to item B, the authorization to execute solid waste contract and the adoption of substitute 2022 solid waste rates. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So these two items are related. So here to give you a presentation on both prior to council discussion and action is John McGilvery, our solid waste supervisor.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Mayor Sweet and Deputy Mayor Arnold and council members. I'm going to share my screen here. Trust you can all see that.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So here's what I'm going to be talking about this evening. So I'm going to go through the contract, some of the details of that, and then talk about the rates themselves, and then talk briefly about the communication plan. And then there'll be the opportunity, of course, for City Council to take action. But before I continue, I sincerely want to thank the City Council, as well as our leadership, City Manager Triplett, and in particular, Julie Underwood, our Public Works Director, for their support throughout this long process. This is my third trip back to Council on this issue. And I also want to thank the City Attorney's Office and the Public Works, of course, many staff that helped there in Finance and Parks, and our consultant, Sound Resource Management, who helped with the rates and the myriad RFP and contract details and rates. And finally, I also want to recognize and thank Waste Management for submitting such a thoughtful and creative and comprehensive proposal to the City of Kirkland that really supports our environmental goals and values, and really for their flexibility and collaboration finalizing the final terms of the contract. So thank you for everyone. I couldn't have done it alone. So for this evening, the staff recommendations are to award the contract to Waste Management via Resolution 5510, and also to adopt substitute solid waste rates ordinance 04777. So in terms of the contract, you may recall it's a 10.5-year deal, and that half year is to align with our biennial budget process, with 1 2-year extension at the city's discretion. Contract will start on July 1st of 2022. I'm not going to go through the details of the extensive RFP process this evening. I've done that before, but it was about a 1.5-year process from start to end. We did receive only one proposal, an excellent proposal from Waste Management. It was evaluated by a team of city staff, and they did recommend and are recommending award to Waste Management. Some of the highlights that I wanted to go over. We didn't make any changes to the weekly collection services. Recycling and organics is still embedded. We added a 1 free bulky waste pickup for each household each year. That could be anything from a couch to a piece of furniture to a mattress to an appliance. And once that's used up, we lowered the prices of bulky waste collection, including for multifamily folks, between $30 and $40 each, which is a significant reduction. And really that we did that to make it more affordable, but also to combat illegal dumping activities. We're continuing with the free November yard waste extras, this time with a limit of 5 per week per household. and also the popular curbside electronics collection program that we've had for a couple of decades. We will be getting 23 new Big Belly trash and recycling kiosks to replace the ones that we have downtown now. They are at the end of their service life, and it's time for some new ones. They've served us very, very well over the last 10 years. We're also getting, and this is something I'm super excited about, we're getting a new fleet of 31 near zero emission CNG trucks. It's going to have a huge impact on our helping us achieve our climate goals. You might imagine 31 trucks running around the city 5 days a week for 8 to 10 hours a day adds up in a hurry in terms of emissions. So we're also going to be deploying a couple of electric route manager vehicles, as well as the box trucks that you'll see either delivering carts or picking up bulky waste. Those will be electric now. And we're also doing an electric collection vehicle pilot. We will be working with Waste Management on scoping that pilot, and there'll be a report at the end discussing the viability of a potential transition to electric collection vehicles at some point over the term of the contract. Another great offering is unlimited commercial recycling volumes for our businesses. There are many businesses now that have to pay extra, over 150% of their garbage service. So this is going to be a huge win for us and for them, and help us with our recycling diversion rate. And we're adding smart truck technology. I didn't talk about this very much before in any of my previous presentations, but the smart truck technology, each of these new 31 trucks is going to be equipped with a camera system. And this is a carryover from what we already have deployed on commercial multifamily vehicles. And they will be able to use these cameras to not only identify contamination, but they will also be able to use these cameras to count the number of extras and actually notify our customers in near real time if they accrued an extra, for instance, or something like that. And they can also use it for making sure that customers have the right cart size that they're paying for and resolving disputes over extras. And so it's a great tool that we're going to be deploying as well. So you'll probably hear more about that as we implement the contract. And here are a few other things in the contract that I think are important. We feel very comfortable that we will not have another strike over the term of this contract, and we're pretty confident of that, but we do have some specific provisions in there compensating the city if that does occur. We're adding a couple of waste management recycling, residential recycling events to augment our two that we already do. We'll be getting some funding for community events, $40,000 each year, and then up to another $50,000 for a community grant program that we will have to work on and develop. We will continue with the popular recycling guide mailers that go out to businesses and residents each January. Some help with multifamily and commercial outreach. And we're continuing with services to city facilities and parks and city-sponsored event services. And we're going to have a far more robust contamination reduction plan that we'll collaborate with Waste Management on, as well as educational cart tagging that's not contamination related, but just educational, as well as eco carts using recycled content in those replacement carts. And we extended customer service hours on Saturdays for folks that just don't have time to call the call center for whatever issue. So they can do that on Saturdays now. And then Christmas tree collection will continue with that. So are there any questions before I continue on?
Council? I see none. Proceed.
Thank you. So the rates, just as a reminder, the wholesale rates in waste management proposal went up about 53%. That's almost exactly on par with what the city of Auburn saw in their procurement process. And there are several cities going under procurement processes right now, Issaquah, Tequila, and I believe Bellevue may be negotiating. I'm not sure where they're at, but we're going to see similar rate increases across the region. Costs have gone up substantially over the last 10 years. In terms of the total service cost, it's $21 million per year for this contract. It's close to $250 million over the 10.5-year term. The three main rate increase drivers, as a reminder, is profit margins that Waste Management needs to achieve. We don't get the home team discount anymore. That's a sports analogy. Driver wages and health and welfare benefits and pensions have gone up substantially since 2011. And recycling costs have really skyrocketed as well. We have continue with issues with contamination. It gets sorted out and there's the more we have to dispose of, the more it costs. And the investments in that technology to screen out those materials. These are the retail rate assumptions, and these are an outgrowth of the policy direction the council provided to staff at the last meeting in October. We'll have a 3-step implementation for the rate increases. They will be equal. We're sticking with the linear rate structure. We will replenish the cash reserve to $2.3 million by the end of 2024. That is 1 month payment to Waste Management plus expenses plus a little bit on top of that in case we encounter an emergency. We will maintain the cross subsidy of about $150,000 for now. This is something that the council can consider removing in 2023, 2024, and we'll bring that back to you then. There is a full pass-through of the 9.4% King County disposal fee increase and the 6.29 CPI to Waste Management. And we've also included a hedge against downsizing for 2022 and 2023. We are expecting downsizing given the scale of the rate increase that those who can with larger carts will downsize somewhat. We're not expecting on the same scale as we encountered in 2011 when we had about 8,000 customers shift from a pure cost of service model to our linear rate structure. We are already under a linear rate structure, but we still have to hedge against that. Per City Council direction, we did accept the bulky waste and the pre-November yard waste extras, which added $85,000, but we did also allow Waste Management to retain the commodity revenues of $466,000 a year. And we will be transitioning to the direct payment of disposal fees effective on January 1st, 2023, which will save approximately $808,000 a year. We did ask Waste Management if they would be willing to start that on July 1st of 2022. They declined and did not provide an answer, but I can surmise that it's a financial issue. When we do transition to direct payment, their rates will be reduced by 110% of the disposal component of their rates, and therefore they will lose that 10% plus any margin that they built into their disposal component. So it was a financial decision. But I do want to say that we are anticipating that $808,000 savings in 2023, but we've also included that in 2022 to lower the rate slightly as well. So we are getting a benefit of that now. So in terms of the rates, on the far left, the January 1st, 2022 was adopted by the City Council for 21 and 2022 at 2%. And if you recall, that 2% was our estimate of the CPI. Obviously, it was higher with no other increase than that. So that went into effect on January 1st, 2022 and is in effect now. The first increase we'll call it step 1, will occur on February 1st, the second on July 1st, and then the third projected on January 1st, 2023. And you can see the average rate increases by sector, 15, 12.2, and 6% for a total overall average of 13.7%. I do want to say that for the step 3, we have also projected the rates for 2024 as well. And we're seeing that those would likely be a combined average of a little under 6%. So there will be an opportunity when we start discussing the rate analysis and the biennial budget for 23-24, there'll be an opportunity to consider smoothing the 13.7 and the 5.8 or so and lowering those numbers. But that's a discussion for another day, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I just wanted to use this to point out of the 13.7%, almost 12 of those percentage points are due to the waste management increase in costs that I mentioned before. The CPI is a little bit under 1 percentage point of that, and then the King County disposal fee increase is a little under 0.7 with very, very little administrative increases. embedded within that 13.7. In terms of the impact to the average residential customer, over half of our customers have the 35-gallon service level. So I've used that as the example. You can see that currently the 28.45, that's what they're paying now. On February 22nd, if the ordinance is adopted by the council, that would jump up by $4.38 a month, and then jump again on July 1st of 2022, another $5.13 for a total of about $38 a month by the end of 2022. For commercial multifamily, this is really challenging to provide an example because we have 7 different container sizes and up to 6 days a week, but I chose the 4-yard just as an example, and you can see similarly to the single family residential, the jumps in the rates over time. Okay, so I did want to talk briefly about the low income discount program. I'm sorry, I don't recall which council member raised this issue in October, but the intent was to see if we could extend this, make it universal to all residents that would qualify as a way to help mitigate the rate increase. And currently, the discount is only available to seniors of 62 or older or disabled persons, and the qualifications is 1/2 of the AMI. Currently, solid waste has only 153 that are taking advantage of the discount for about a subsidy of about $17,000. Water 115 and sewer 95, and I'm not quite sure about surface water yet. But if we did expand this to universally, and I'm using King County data here that they compiled during their own rate restructure proposal that they're looking at, and they're also looking at a low income discount as well, and they estimated that up to 2,200 could apply and qualify for the discount in Kirkland. I think that number is a little high, and I'd prefer to do my own research on that to confirm that. But nonetheless, if all of those folks did apply, and they probably wouldn't, the exposure just in solid waste is about $325,000 a year for that subsidy. So I just want to give you a little bit of an idea of the scale. But we really uncovered some equity issues when I dug into this. And really the question is would we want to offer this universal through all of the utilities, not just solid waste? And the discounts differ in our code, which I had no idea about, but water and surface water 50% off, solid waste 40, and sewers 25. And we've always struggled with how do we offer this to multifamily residents? It's very, very challenging. We know we have low income individuals living in multifamily as well, but we don't offer it to them as well. So that's something that we want to talk about. And then how do we align our discounts with North Shore or Woodinville Water District, and even some of the customers served with smaller numbers served by Bellevue in our city? And there are also some qualification loopholes in our code. For instance, you could be unmarried, living in a household. One person has a job, one does not. The person not working could actually qualify for that low income discount as one of the loopholes. And I did talk to utility billing. If we did expand this, there would be some staffing needs, about 0.25 FTE to administer the expected additional folks that would apply. And we really do need to dig in, do more of a financial analysis on the impacts of this. And so what we're proposing to do is bring this back to the city council as a part of the biennial budget process and the rate analysis for all of the utilities. We'll be kicking that off actually fairly soon, but we'll be engaging with you mid-summer on that. So that's what we're proposing on that. And so I'll stop for any questions and comments at this point.
Okay, Councilmember Pascal, did you want to go now?
Yeah, I'm happy to, because it's a question. So John, I had a couple of things to follow up on related to the contract. One was, and they're both kind of customer service focused. One is really about, and these two issues I've been talking about, I think, since I became a council member. And I don't feel like we've fully kind of gotten a great response from Waste Management on them. One is just the out-dial notification process when there's cancellations of service. And I think we've seen this through our recent snow event that that's been very problematic, even for those folks that have signed up for that service. They haven't received notifications. And so with that, and also there's also call center standards that we have. So when a resident calls Waste Management needing assistance and needing to speak to a representative, that they don't have to wait an inordinate amount of time to speak to a representative. And I'm aware that they haven't been meeting some of our standards there. So how does that, do you feel like the contract provides appropriate methods in which we can address these situations with Waste Management? Because I think they're really important to deal with.
Yeah, thank you for your questions and comments. Absolutely, our contract can and will address these issues. I've been working on the outdial issue for quite some time, and it's an issue with since we do our own billing, our customers can't sign up for an account through Waste Management, so they have to opt in through our Q alert system, and then we pass that information on to Waste Management. They enter it into their outdial system, and it doesn't work as good as optimally as I would like to. And so that's something we're continuing to work on. And in fact, it's on my list of items to debrief with Waste Management on to see where we can, because we're relying on it more and more now. And we want to rely on it. It's such an easy way to notify folks of cancellation or postponement. And then on the second issue, we are very, very much aware of the issues with the call center. The average speed of answer and the abandonment rates are well out of the parameters that we would like to see. And so I am consistently and continually working with Waste Management to try to improve that. But we do have specific performance fees in our contract that we could levy if we wish. My intent is to avoid that at all possible. That's a last resort for me, because we always just want compliance and do what you need to do and do it right. But ultimately, that could be an avenue that we pursue. But we do get a lot of calls from our customers. Even utility billing, I get a lot of them that, geez, I had to wait online for 5 minutes before somebody talked to me. And so that's not acceptable to us. And so we're continuing to work on that as well.
Okay, good. Well, I'm pleased to hear that you have appropriate mechanisms to address that. And then the last question was around customer service related to kind of using technology for more real-time billing notifications. We bill every other month. So if you put out an extra card or you have a bulky waste or other things where you get charged an extra fee, you might not see that for 2 months, and it might be your neighbor that put out that second cart. And so you talked about the smart truck technology and that's going to be part of the new vehicles that are purchased. But what happens if Waste Management doesn't implement that then? I mean, do we have any recourse on that, or do we incentivize, using technology to improve customer service? I'm just wondering what in the contract kind of assures that they actually kind of do something there.
Yeah, I'm confident that will be implemented. I'm very, very much confident, and I'm excited about it because I'm still trying to wrap my head entirely around it in ways that this technology could be used. And it's not meant to be spying on anybody, but it's meant to be really improving the customer experience. And again, it could be used for many, many things, such as if a customer is disputing an extra or notifying them in real time that you put out 3 extras a day, so they have that opportunity to call and say, hey, no, I only put out 1. I don't want this on my bill, and things like that. So we're pretty excited about this.
No, that's good to hear. Thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you. John, I agree with you. I think the cart tagging program was a demonstration that they really do want to work with us to get to the same kind of outcomes that we continue to talk about with solid waste. So well done. Any other discussion? You still have the communications plan to present.
We'll go through this quickly.
Okie dokie.
So I just wanted to say that we do have a communications plan in place, and this is a very, very important part of all of this. We're going to go with a feature-based and a fact-based approach, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but it's going to be phased. with rate outreach and then a pre-launch and a launch on July 1st of 2022. And there'll definitely be different messages for single family and multifamily commercial. And it'll be a collaborative effort with Waste Management. They're responsible for producing most of the materials that we will send and actually paying for most of the materials that we will send. And you can see all the tactics that we will deploy, and probably this and then some. So, but in terms of the approach, it's really important that we let our customers, residents, and our businesses know what they're getting for their money, and really explain why the rates have gone up. And so these are just some examples of the type of messages that we would use in a feature-based and a fact-based. So that's the kind of the approach that we're taking. And so with that, here's the phases. We will, one of the most important parts is phase 2. We'll be sending out an information packet to every resident in Kirkland, explaining all of the services and how they can access those services and how they can save money on their bill. And you can see what we're going to do with the various phases, but it's pretty comprehensive, and we're going to be kicking it off fairly soon, and we'll be scheduling implementation meetings with Waste Management to work through all of this and get a plan in place and do our work on communicating. And with that, that's all concludes my remarks. And again, this is the staff recommendations for this evening. So thank you.
Thank you, John, for your consistent, outrageously effective presentations and memos. It is a pleasure to work with you. So I guess we're at a point where if we don't have any further discussion, I am willing to get a motion on resolution R5510. Councilmember Black.
I was going to make that motion, but I was, am I wrong? I was going to move ordinance 04777. Is that where we, is that not where we are? I think the
order, we started, it doesn't matter to me which one goes first.
Okay, okay, I see. Okay, yes. So thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll move adoption of resolution R5510, authorizing the city manager to execute the comprehensive garbage, recyclables, and compostables collection services contract with Waste Management of Washington, Inc.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. To accept resolution R5510. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion to pass ordinance 4777, Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move for adoption or passage of ordinance 04777 relating to solid waste collection rates for 2022 and amending section 16.12.030 of the Kirkland Municipal Code.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black.
Second.
I'm going to give this one to Councilmember Falcone. Any discussion? The question is on the motion to pass ordinance 4777. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. The ordinance passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your work, John.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I think this is the time when we're going to take a 15-minute break, which should take us to 9:33. Sounds good. We'll see you at 9:33.
We're live now, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are back from a brief break and on to our final business agenda item today. That is Kirkland Zoning Code Chapter 95 Tree Management and Required Landscaping Draft Code Amendments, Part 2. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you mentioned, this is the second part of our multiple part discussion to bring the tree code in for final adoption this year. Tonight's presentation is going to be about tree code issues on residential property, so with homeowners, not with development. Here to bring you that presentation is our Director of Planning and Building, Anna Weinstein, and our Development Review Arborist, Katie Hogan.
Okay, thank you, City Manager Triplett, and good evening and Happy New Year, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. Can everybody hear me okay?
I just have to move you on my screen, Katie. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and get my screen sharing here. Okay, can everybody see that? All right, so we are pleased to resume our review of the proposed Kirkland Zoning Code, Chapter 95, Tree Code. The presentation today should be about 20 minutes with additional time for discussion and questions worked in. We will be diving into code amendments that focus on moderate to major amendments to the code, and with particular focus on 2 sections of the proposed code. And after each section, we'll open up the floor to council to comment and ask questions. Our hope is that council can provide staff with as much action and consensus as possible today so that we can continue to work toward final adoption of KZC 95. As a recap, during the November 16th council meeting, staff reviewed and council provided direction on 18 sections that included mostly no impact or minor impact amendments to the code. Of these 18 sections, which you can see grayed out here, council members had comments on 3 of those sections, those being Chapter 9544, 45, and 9551, and they requested that additional revisions be made. So staff is working on revising those 3 sections, and we'll bring those back to council during the next meeting. Council also provided a few other minor comments, all of which have been revised and can be found in the relevant sections on Attachment 1. So in total, there are 8 additional code sections that require council review. Today, we'll be focusing our attention on 2 of these sections. Those are 9523, landmark tree mitigation requirements, and 9525, tree removals not associated with development activity. The 2 sections of focus for today's discussion relate to landmark tree mitigation requirements and private property tree removals. This includes updates to the tree removal allowances for private properties and mitigation standards, removal and replacement of hedge trees, development period wait times, and revisions to the forest management plan, to name a few. So to kick things off, I wanted to circle back and talk about the intent and the purpose of designating landmark trees. Council's provided staff with detailed feedback throughout the duration of this project related to how the city can improve our efforts to retain large trees. And the purpose of creating this new section, which is 9523 that we'll get into in a moment, is related to landmark trees, specifically to establish mitigation standards that apply consistently to the removal of healthy landmark trees citywide. So staff has created a code section which we believe reflects prior council direction, including designating the landmark tree size to 26 inches, requiring robust mitigation for landmark tree removals, and requiring development wait periods after landmark tree removals for short plat and subdivisions. Also, we provided an option for fee in lieu of mitigation tree requirements. So as we work through these amendments, we just ask that council think about whether these new provisions support council's desired outcome and whether they're suitable for adoption or require additional revisions. Okay, so the Chapter 9523 is a new section to the tree code, and it's intended to function as an umbrella section that covers landmark tree mitigation standards for both development and non-development related tree removals. Tonight, the focus will be on provisions that relate to non-development or private property tree removals. Although we do encourage council to think about whether they have any concerns applying this section to development projects, we'll make sure to revisit this section in depth during the next council meeting as well. So getting into the particulars of this section, it does propose that a tree removal permit be required for the removal of any landmark tree citywide. And even if the removal is proposed under the 12-month removal allowances. And while landmark trees would not be required to meet the hazard or nuisance criteria if there are no special circumstances governing the property, mandating a permit does allow for staff to dedicate time to track these removals and enforce and follow up on mitigation requirements. So both the Planning Commission and City Council requested that robust mitigation standards be considered for landmark tree removals. And to meet this outcome, staff is proposing that each landmark tree removed for any reason or any permit type be replaced with 3 new trees to help offset canopy loss. The draft KZC 95 also proposes that the particular mitigation trees that are selected for landmark trees come from a city-approved list, which includes only tree species that would reach medium to large or large size upon maturity. And the reason for this is that we want to ensure that the canopy loss of the removed tree is being replaced or exceeded with the new tree plantings. And this list doesn't currently exist, but the concept is that we would partially abridge the city street tree approved planting list, as well as incorporate some native trees into that list as well. Finally, council expressed a desire to include a fee in lieu option for landmark trees. So staff has proposed a kind of pay-to-play model requiring that all landmark trees, if they cannot be feasibly planted on the site, be accounted for with a payment into the city's urban forestry account. And this will help to directly fund tree management and replacement efforts throughout the city. Okay, so here we provided an example to help explain this provision. So if a property owner of a 8,500 square foot property would like to remove 1 landmark tree under their 12-month allowance, they would be required to submit a permit with the associated fee, and they must meet the 3-to-1 mitigation standard. If there are no other special circumstances on the property, such as wetlands, streams, landslide hazard, Holmes Point overlay, shoreline buffer, tree maintenance agreements, and so forth, the city will automatically approve the landmark tree for removal without having to meet the hazard or nuisance criteria. The property owner must then select 3 trees from the approved mitigation tree list. And if after working with the city, they've determined that there's no space to reasonably plant those 3 trees on the site, the property owner must pay a fee in lieu cost. So currently this fee in lieu cost is set for $350 per replacement tree. So that would be a total of $1,050 if a property owner wanted to use the fee in lieu option for all 3 replacement trees. This is the current fee that is used with our KMC 112-100 code enforcement penalty fines. And this money would then go directly toward tree planting projects throughout the city. And the intent behind mandating this permit process is to minimize the number of healthy landmark trees that are being removed, and if they are removed, to ensure proper mitigation occurs and that the city has the ability to follow up on that mitigation. So additional components of this new section also include enacting a 5-year maintenance agreement for all new mitigation trees to ensure survival. And this would apply for both development and non-development projects. As with current city practices, landmark trees that are obviously dead, dying, or hazardous, as evidenced by photographs or a report, would be exempt from these requirements. Okay, so that concludes the revisions proposed, or I guess the new section for 9523. So we'd like to now take this time to open the floor up to council members and provide comments or ask questions. Some questions to keep in mind as you're thinking this through is whether council is okay with the homeowner removal of landmark trees using the 12-month allowances. as long as they're mitigated. Whether council agrees with the 3-to-1 mitigation ratio and selection from a city approved species list, and whether council supports the fee in lieu policy applying to private property tree removals.
Okay, comments, discussion, Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, my preference would not have it be 3-to-1. I'd be happier with 1-to-1 or 2-to-1, which is what we've had before. I don't know if anybody else would support that, but I think 3-to-1, all large trees is unlikely to be something that people can fit on a normal sized lot. And basically it's going to be just extracting from them the $1,000 a tree mitigation fee because they don't have room.
I have a follow-up question to that comment. So if I do the option to do fee in lieu, do I pay the $1,000 for actually taking down a landmark tree, and then do I pay the $1,050 for the fee in lieu? Does it hit me twice?
So it would be, with each landmark tree, it requires 3 mitigation trees. So if you could plant 1 or 2 of those, you'd only have to pay the fee in lieu for the trees that you are not proposing to plant on your property.
But that would be the only mitigation that I would be charged for?
Yes, that would be the only mitigation, as in addition to just the permit fee, which is around $229 currently. But the pay to remove the tree, I think if I'm hearing this correctly, that would be between the resident and the contractor removing the tree.
Oh, yeah, and that's not part of my question.
Okay.
This is really helpful, Katie, because I was reading this as less of a choice than you are describing it as now. So thank you.
Okay.
Council, further clarification questions? Councilmember Pascal? Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'll get right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Katie. I think I really like kind of what I see. I had a question on this number 2 on the mitigation requirements for removing a landmark tree. So it's 3, you'd have to plant 3 trees for every 1 that you'd remove. One of the comments that we received from the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance was trying to incentivize 1 or more of those to be conifer type trees. I'm interested in considering that. Like, for example, I'm not sure how you do that, but one of the ways could be just 1 of the 3 would need to be a conifer, for example, or something like that. I'd be interested to kind of to get staff's thoughts on whether that's something that is reasonable or could work.
Yeah, so that we did receive that question from Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance, and we do address that a little bit later in the presentation. But generally, we will make sure that there are native tree species that are native conifers or even non-native conifers on that list. Staff does feel like the payment of fee in lieu will oftentimes go toward planting of native conifers within and throughout the city of Kirkland. And we do have, a goal of trying to increase canopy diversity as part of our urban forest management plan. So just limiting it to conifers or prioritizing conifers may be counterproductive to meeting some of those diversity goals in terms of species throughout the city. But that's certainly something that I think we should look at as that list is being developed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Katie, for the concise presentation and all the detail that's in the packet. In general, I do support what is outlined in the presentation for landmark trees and their mitigation, but I do have a number of questions on details. Staff begin with, for mitigation, what's going to be most important is actually getting trees planted for the mitigation to happen. And in fee and lieu, the way that the code is written is that the fee is paid into the city forestry account, which has been used previously for planning studies, for canopy analysis, and other things. I'm wondering, how can we strengthen the language to ensure that the mitigation actually happens and money that comes from fee and lieu in this program actually goes to trees being planted off-site, whether it's in street trees, parks, or city open space?
Yeah, thank you. Deputy Director McMahon, would you like to chime in on that? I know you've had some discussions with that, about that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It's certainly staff's intent that that's how this particular revenue source would get used. And I think we could get clarity or even do an amendment to that section of the code for the tree fund to clarify that. We do have another study planned for sometime later this year. It is 22. Later this year to look at additional tree planting opportunity sites around the city. So kind of an inventory gap analysis. And that's where we're hoping to help prioritize that expenditure. But we could add that clarity to the code when we get to that section of the code also, if that's important to council.
Okay. And second, related, Jeremy, the $350, does that reflect the fully loaded cost for planting a tree, including staff time? Or is that just the cost estimate for the tree itself?
That's right. I think Katie can probably address that better, but my understanding is it is a fully loaded cost. It's kind of a nationalized standard, I believe. But Katie, you want to take that?
Yeah. So the cost is based on the Council for Landscape Appraisals Guide for Plant Appraisal, which is kind of the industry standard for determining the value of trees and the cost to plant trees. So that number is reflective of the cost of the actual plant from a nursery, as well as the installation cost, including labor, materials, and maintenance over a 2 to 3 year window to ensure survival. So it doesn't necessarily include years and years of maintenance, but it's for that initial establishment period for the tree. And that cost, the $350, is not exactly aligned with the cost in the appraisal guide. It's typically somewhere between $350 and $500, depending on the location within the United States and the species being selected for planting. So I think that brings up an interesting point, and that's something that if we wanted to, talk with the different departments and figure out more precise costs, I don't see any issue with doing that before we make that final determination.
Great.
But I wouldn't imagine the cost to be too far off from that amount we have now.
Okay. And then, Katie, you mentioned during your presentation that if a property owner had space on their property for replanting, they'd be required to replant on site if possible. That's not what I saw in the draft language for 9523.5. Is there some other aspect of the code that talks about planting being a requirement if possible? I support it. I just didn't see it in the code.
So I believe under 9523, the last, I don't have it up in front of me here, but the last bullet point talks about the fee in lieu. And I believe we added some language in there to say that would be kind of the last case scenario would be to pay that fee in lieu. And that, the intention of paying the permit fee is to have city assistance to, physically go to the site if needed and work with that homeowner to help them find space and appropriate species to plant on the private property. But I'll make a note of that and look at that language again and make sure that it's clear that would be, residents or applicants would need to kind of show that they first can't plant on site before being able to access that fee in lieu option.
Very good. And then finally, in the spirit of some of the goals of this project of having very defined standards here in 9523.4, it talks about if a landmark tree is obviously dead, dying, or hazardous as evident in the photograph. And that is in contrast to what's in 9525.5, where we actually talk about arborist standards for determining that a tree is hazardous. So I'm wondering if we could take a look at perhaps mirroring or some more precise language in the 9523.4.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I do think that's actually come up a couple of times today with comments from council members. So making sure that language is refined. The intention of stating that it aligns with current city practices, where if an applicant or a resident has a tree that's completely dead, they can submit photographs and that's sufficient. We're not going to make them pay that permit fee or pay to have an arborist assess the tree when the tree is entirely dead or broken or partially failed or, very, very obvious defects.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Oops, I lost my list. I think that takes us to Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katie, really good job presenting this. Thank you so much. The memo was really easy to read and the presentation tonight was really easy to follow. I know there's a lot of really messy details to these code revisions. So thank you so much for making it easily digestible for us, at 10 o'clock at night, just about. I really appreciate that. So I'll go through and give my answers to the 3 questions that you have posed on the screen. The first question is, council okay with allowing homeowners to remove the landmark trees within their 12-month allowances as long as they're mitigated? My recollection of our discussion on this, it's been a couple years, but that I remember that we were trying to reach some sort of compromise where some council, we originally were going in with the proposal that homeowners could only remove a landmark tree once every 2 years, and that's it, right? And there was some discussion about some really good points raised about, what if somebody wants to build an ADU or somebody wants to build a deck or something in their backyard and there's more than one landmark tree, we should allow for some flexibility for that to happen. And I remember discussion of the compromise being perhaps that people could borrow from future years. So say if you have to remove 2 landmark trees, that in 4 years, the clock would start again and you would have another allowance for a landmark tree. I think it's really important that we protect landmark trees as much as possible. We've designated them as kind of this special category, and I think giving them the same removal allowances as other trees that are not landmark trees, I don't think quite does that. So I really urge us to go a little bit further with protecting landmark trees. I'm totally on board with the compromise of allowing homeowners to purchase from future years allowances, but I'd like to see us explore going back to that compromise. I think that's a much fairer compromise. If we look at the goals that we're trying to achieve with these revisions, the first goal is really to align with our goals in the sustainability master plan of meeting or exceeding that 40% canopy. And we're not going to do that if we're too lax with how many landmark trees can be removed. So my answer to 1 is no, I'm not okay with the current plan, and I'd like to see us revisit that. For 2, yes, I'm totally fine with that. With the 3-to-1 mitigation. For 3, I had a similar question to Deputy Mayor Arnold on the fee in lieu. Thank you for answering that it includes the labor to plant and also for a 2 to 3 year maintenance. I'd prefer if we can adjust that to really match with what we're requiring of homeowners for that 5-year maintenance. I assume there's a reason that we're requiring a 5-year maintenance plan, so I'd like to see that match up and perhaps that fee would be a little bit higher. But I really feel like just having a fee in lieu where folks can just mitigate and take several landmark trees. To many homeowners in Kirkland that have large enough properties to have these landmark trees, $1,000 is not going to be a deterrent for them to want to keep and find a way to be creative and keep those landmark trees. So, and I also think that planting 3 trees that will eventually be large, but that are still small trees does not necessarily get at that diversity in age of trees and size of trees that we really need and are looking for our canopy. So I also have a question related to that. Do we currently have a policy that assures the public that when they pay a fee in lieu, that the city will in fact plant those number of trees somewhere in the city of Kirkland? And if we don't, I'd like to see us explore that for staff to come back with a policy where, say, the city has to plant those number of trees within 12 months of the fee in lieu being paid or something along those lines. I don't know exactly what those criteria would be, but I'd like to see staff come back with options for council to discuss and consider related to that. Because I imagine as a homeowner, if you're paying that money, I don't want the perception to be that it's just a money grab, right? That the city just wants money for the sake of getting money, because that's not what we're trying to do here. So I think we need to have some assurances to folks that it will in fact go to the intended purpose, and that it kind of keeps us honest that we have to plant those trees, that we have the property to plant those trees, we have the labor to plant those trees, and I think that just would be helpful to assure the public with that. So I think that answers your 3 questions.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Falcone. Jeremy, do you want to chime in about whether the city has an existing policy?
I think it's very similar to Councilmember Arnold's question, and I think that is something we could add to the relevant section of the zoning code to make that assurance. That is 95.57, so we can look at adding that language to that part of the code and bring it back.
That would be great. Thank you.
Are you done, Councilmember Falcone?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, Teddy, I want to echo excellent presentation, excellent memo. You were doing a really good job of guiding us through this. And frankly, after 3 years, we're really grateful. So I feel like even listening to the comments tonight of my fellow council members, we are headed in the right direction, and I'm thrilled. So I will echo what Councilmember Falcone said about removing landmark trees. I also feel like we're working against ourselves if we allow residents to remove 2 landmark trees each year. That wasn't the purpose of designating landmark trees. So I would like to explore that more. I do agree with the 3-to-1 ratio. And as Councilmember Pascal asked, I also considered, should we require a certain percentage of evergreen conifers at a 3-to-1? But I recognize that limits not only people's design opportunities, but some sites are not the right site for a conifer, a large conifer, where something else will be more successful. So we want right plant, right place. So I think the 3-to-1 and giving them a choice is the right way to go. One question about the when you say large tree species, I also think of caliber, not just variety. And I'm wondering, since we are requiring because we usually just require 2-inch caliber because the survival rate's good. If we're requiring a 5-year maintenance plan, and we are basically going to assist homeowners to make sure that these trees are successful, what do you feel about if we also require a larger caliber replacement tree in that mitigation?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those comments. I think that's an interesting idea. Currently it would be aligned with our other specifications for new trees, which is the 6 feet for conifer trees, or the 2-inch caliber for deciduous or broadleaf evergreen trees. I think that's something that we could explore. I have heard a lot of feedback that nurseries have very limited stock and availability for larger trees. So there are potentially some concerns around availability of larger trees, but I think we'd have to find some more information to really, make sure that residents are able to get access to those trees if we are going to set that as a policy.
That's a really good point, because an average homeowner is going to go to Home Depot or Lowe's to purchase a tree, where I'm thinking, a larger nursery. So that is a really good point. But I would like to explore it more, because I think that that's going to help our canopy expansion if we can put larger trees in. And then on number 3, I'm going to lose my train of thought. Councilmember Falcone and both Deputy Mayor Arnold talked about being more specific about the fee in lieu and how that's used, and I strongly support that. But we need, I don't know if we can, as Councilmember Falcone said, require a 12-month window. That's pretty fast, especially when your planning season is, 3, 4, 6 months. But I do think that it would require us to target spaces where we're planting. Maybe it's a new park development, and we know that we can use our fee in lieu to add more conifers. So I definitely think that's something worth exploring, but well done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Katie, for all the hard work and the great presentation. Just echoing what some of my other council members have said. Quickly, I do want to answer your questions on question number one. I'm pretty sure I was one of the voices. If it was 2 years ago, I can't believe it, but I think I was one of the voices among our council members suggesting that we have some kind of slightly different standard for allowed removal of landmark trees in order to slow their removal, but with that idea that you could bank against future years in order to actually do the project that you feel you need to do on your property. So I would be, I'm going to add my voice to those council members who've spoken again tonight about that idea. I have no concerns about the 3-to-1 mitigation ratio. I would support what's been said, I think, starting with Deputy Mayor Arnold and added to by a couple of our council members who've spoken since Deputy Mayor Arnold regarding the fee and lieu policy. I like the idea of having an actual plan for the replanting. I don't know, I guess I'm echoing Councilmember Curtis's comment here a little bit. I don't know that placing a firm mandate on the city is the way to go about that, especially given what it means for us as a city to be planting trees in our green spaces and our parks and our right-of-ways. But I would like to hold the city accountable for getting those trees in the ground in connection with that fee and lieu policy. So if we could explore that, I support that wholeheartedly. I wanted to piggyback off of a comment made by Deputy Mayor Arnold regarding the obviously dead, dying, and or hazardous trees. And Katie, because you and I communicated about this earlier today. And I would like to offer a little bit of assistance maybe in how to you and your colleagues on the staff about how we address that in 95.23 paragraph 4 and tie that, as Deputy Mayor was suggesting, tie that more closely to the existing hazardous nuisance tree standard in 95.25. And I think the difference is one is setting a legal standard and one is stating an evidentiary standard. And so I think that's how we can clarify that a little bit in that paragraph 4 is let's try to use the same legal standard for nuisance and hazardous trees, but then let's feel free to go ahead and explain the evidentiary standard that we might use for photographic evidence. I think if we do that, we'll come away with a consistent standard, but we'll also signal to residents, homeowners, and I guess in this case developers, what evidentiary standard they might be able to meet in order to meet that nuisance hazard standard. So hopefully that makes enough sense. I had one more comment on 95.23 that I wanted to make. And I'm recovering from COVID, so I got fuzzy COVID brain and I can't think of it. So I will relinquish the floor. And if I think of it, maybe the mayor will humor me and let me jump in one more time.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to go quickly. In terms of the question, Katie, you must be good because I'm coming along. With regard to question number 1, I have indicated that I am willing. I'm really grateful to Councilmember Falcone and Councilmember Black for remembering the discussion about being able to buy into the future. Because if I want to build my ADU, I need to do it within a time frame that I don't need to wait 4 years to do it. I agree with the 3-to-1 mitigation with the large tree species list, giving people leeway for their own designs. And I appreciate the fact that we have the fee in lieu policy as an actual option. I didn't read it that way when I read the memo. So I do support it. I think to deal with the issues that have been pointed out with regard to the timeliness of it, I think that this process has to happen in conjunction with a very healthy planting outline for what is going to be and has and should have been for many years our planting plan for large conifer trees in city-owned properties across the city. So I think we need to set ourselves targets in that side of it, where maybe we're going to put some budget money in there as well, but that we begin a planting program that points us towards that 40% in a much more quick fashion that is not reliant on the fee and lieu process. Other than that, I think that brings up Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for a second shot at this. I realized, number one, that I did not really say what my position was on questions 1 and 3. And I am a yes on both 1 and 3. But I'm also good with the idea of adapting 1 to allow people to pull forward from future years. And I think we're going to talk about that separately as well. But I also wanted to say that I agree with my colleagues that we should make sure that the mitigation fees, the fee in lieu, go to actually planting trees. And one thought that I've had is, we've been talking about it being used in parks and green belts and street trees. Could we also set up a program where private landowners could apply to have trees planted on their property? With an agreement to keep them in place for a long time, because this might enable us to fill in trees in areas where where we have bare spots now. I'll just put it that way: gaps in the canopy where we don't have city-owned property where we could do that. So just a thought.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon. I think that's a really interesting idea and concept, kind of similar to the tree rebate program that the city has currently. So definitely worth looking into that.
So Katie, have you got what you need on this one?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you everyone for all of those wonderful comments. If there's no other comments, we can go ahead and carry on. Okay, so now we'll be moving into Chapter 9525, private property tree removals not associated with development activity. The goal of amending this chapter is to establish a process and standards to slow the loss of canopy and to work toward the city's canopy goals. Many of these amendments align with both Planning Commission and City Council recommendations and likely will be familiar to many of you. One of the major challenges with the existing tree code is the balance between property owner rights and sustaining the city's urban forest. And to address this, the draft code proposes an increase in tree removal allowances based on property size, while requiring robust tree mitigation of those trees removed outside of the allowances. And the intent here is that these mitigation standards will help to offset the long-term canopy loss by ensuring that new trees are planted on private properties and on those kind of bare spaces that Councilmember Nixon mentioned earlier. So currently all properties, regardless of their size, are allowed 2 tree removals per 12 months with no tree size restrictions. And the draft code is proposing that this be increased based on property sizes, as you can see here, to either 2, 3, or 4 trees per every 12 months. As with the existing code, and as we've kind of mentioned throughout, trees that qualify as hazard or nuisance through the tree permitting process and would not count toward the tree removal allowance. So in addition to increasing tree removal allowances based on property size, staff is also proposing to increase the number of trees required to remain on a subject property, which corresponds to these annual tree removal allowances. So to kind of explain this a little bit further, I've provided an example. So a property owner with a 5,000 square foot lot would like to remove 1 regulated 20-inch tree, and they have 4 additional trees remaining on the lot of those 2 required trees. So of these 2 required trees, the property owner may then remove the tree and choose to submit an optional, free of charge notification form, and no mitigation would be required because they do have those 4 additional trees remaining on their property. And there are many more examples of kind of how this applies in the staff memo that was provided. So if you're unsure, I encourage you to take a look at that and run through those examples. So for trees that are removed, that are the last trees required to remain on the property, we are proposing more robust mitigation standards. So this correlates with the size of the tree removed. So you can see the different categories that we have here. So smaller trees, 6 to 15 inches would be a 1-to-1 replacement. Medium-sized trees, 16 to 26 inches would be a 2-to-1 replacement. And then our landmark trees, 26 inches or greater would be a 3-to-1 mitigation requirement. So to break down kind of how this would look, if a property owner that has a 15,000 square foot lot would like to remove 2 regulated 15-inch trees, and only 1 additional tree remains on the lot of the required 3. So the property owner, because this is the last of the trees remaining on the lot, they would have to submit a tree removal permit demonstrating the trees meet the hazard or nuisance criteria, and they would be subject to mitigation. And this is really similar to our existing code. It's just the 2 per lot requirement right now. So the property owner would be required to pay a permit fee and submit an arborist report. And because of the size of the removed trees at 15 inches, they'd be required to replant with 2 new mitigation trees. So the purpose of increasing the mitigation requirements for the last trees remaining is to help offset canopy loss and ensure that we're getting new trees planted on private properties. Currently, the code just has a standard 1-to-1 replacement, no matter the size of the tree removed. So this would be an increase in mitigation standards. So council has expressed desire to incorporate code provisions allowing for overgrown, poorly managed, and difficult to maintain hedges to be removed that would exceed those 12-month allowances. And just as a reminder, since it's been a few weeks since we talked about hedge trees, those are defined as 5 or more trees of the same species with overlapping or touching crowns, which have been planted and maintained in a linear fashion for the purpose of functioning as a screen or a barrier. So staff's understanding of prior direction from council is to allow the removal of hedge trees that meet this definition as long as they're mitigated. So in order to incorporate this direction into the proposed 9525, the amendments allow property owners to submit a tree removal permit with the associated fee for the removal of hedge trees. So they would be subject to 1-to-1 replacement, which we understand that that may not always be feasible due to site constraints, or maybe due to the fact that the property owner doesn't want to have a hedge again, or a really tight planting of trees. So we have added in that the planning official may allow reduced planting requirements based on available space on the property. Here you can see an example of a prime example of what we tend to see throughout the city.
So Katie, we're not allowing people fee in lieu in these cases then?
No, so the fee in lieu would only apply to landmark trees in 9525.
Why?
That's a good question. I believe, what the thought process was that typically for trees that are maybe the last trees to remain, if they're a smaller tree or a medium-sized tree that would require a 1-to-1 replacement or a 2-to-1 replacement, it should be feasible for property owners to find space on their property. Also, they would not be required to select tree species from that large tree species list. So they could select an alternative, much smaller tree that would be able to fit easier on properties that have tighter space. So there's a lot more flexibility in what they can plant, and less mitigation trees would be required. For the hedge tree component, especially because we often see a lot of many trees removed as part of a hedge. It might be 30, a couple dozen hedge trees. That does have pretty significant canopy impacts. So that's something that we could discuss if council feels that they would like to see the fee in lieu, but at this time, that's not proposed in the draft code.
Okay, Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'll add my thoughts to what you just asked about. I think we need to allow fee in lieu anytime, as opposed to planting on the same property if, and this is in the landmark tree language, it's not feasible to find another space on the property, right? So if people are removing trees because they want to build an ADU or they want to build a pool or put in solar panels or a garden or whatever, it may not be feasible to replace those trees on the property. And so I feel pretty strongly that we should allow the fee in lieu program to be used for trees other than landmark trees. I'll go ahead and make my comments on other things that you've just gone through. Since I
will. Sorry to interrupt. We do have just a few more slides, and then we can.
Okay, we can come back. But yeah, that's my thought on the fee in lieu.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Nixon, and we'll resume that conversation here shortly.
Councilmember Curtis, did you want to proceed with a question before Katie continues? Go ahead.
Well, first I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that picture's in my neighborhood. I recognize those trees. Hedges over time, especially when they're pruned like this, they become unhealthy. They're not good for anybody, maybe a couple birds. So I think the mayor I just want to offer my support. I think she raised a very good point, because look at this hedge. It's probably 20 trees in there. There's no way that property owner is going to be able to replace 20 trees on that property, or are they going to want to? So I support the mayor's questioning and Councilmember Nixon's support of that. So you got 3 of us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Curtis. Any other questions about hedges before we carry on?
If you want to make a comment, Jeremy?
Yeah, I want to chime in on that briefly. I think what we're trying to do is come up with something that's a little bit more flexible than fee in lieu by allowing the planning official to authorize a lesser planting standard, that if there's just no room, you don't have to plant them. So my concern would be if a straight fee in lieu ends up being something that's more expensive or more onerous on the property owner than what our intent was. That's clear. So if those are 20 trees, as Councilmember Curtis says, do we really think, given the function and value of that hedge, that we need 20 fee in lieu credits for that? So maybe that's something staff can play with a little bit, but just some council clarity of intent there.
Well, we'll be talking about it more after Katie finishes. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Katie.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so finally, skipped ahead here. Okay. There we are. So another issue that has come up with the existing code is that trees are often preemptively removed during the sale of properties to avoid the provisions of the development-related tree code, KZC 9530. So staff is proposing, in order to close this loophole, that 9525 proposes development wait periods. This would be for any tree removed as part of the tree removal allowances. It would not apply to hazard or nuisance trees approved through the permitting process. And the proposal is for regulated trees to have 12-month wait period before a permit can be submitted for development of detached dwellings, cottages, carriage units, 2-3-unit homes, or short plat or subdivisions. And also a 24-month wait period following the removal of a landmark-sized tree. So this recommendation aligns with the Planning Commission's recommendation. However, there was conversation with council regarding increasing these development wait periods to 24 and 48 months respectively. Staff does feel the ability to track these wait periods specifically for regulated trees that do not trigger a permit and have a optional notification would be a challenge. So if council's desire is to increase these wait periods, one potential solution would be to mandate the tree removal notification process citywide so that we can really do a good job enforcing and tracking these development wait periods fairly and effectively throughout the city. So finally, the forest management plan, which is now referred to as the forest stewardship plan, was just updated slightly to better clarify the intent and provide some broader opportunities for larger properties to manage trees. This includes reducing the minimum property size down from 35 to 25,000 square feet, and also added a condition that the planning official can require a performance security agreement to ensure that the reforestation requirements are met. The reason for this is just to ensure that the forest stewardship plan is being used in a manner that it's intended to be used. And that intention is really to be used by private property owners with large wooded sites to be able to improve the overall health and structure of the forest and to allow for a more holistic management of the property to improve the condition and usefulness of the site. So those are all the amendments, but we did receive comments from the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance this morning. So staff would like to go ahead and go over those and address them, and then the next slide will offer an opportunity for council to comment and ask questions on anything they would like. So the majority of these comments are related to landmark tree retention and mitigation standards. The first comment is regarding landmark tree removal allowances, and it sounds like this is echoed fairly consistently throughout council tonight, and that would be to that standards should be put in place allowing only one landmark tree to be removed for either a 12 or a 24-month period. Staff is supportive of restricting landmark tree removals to one tree per 12 months. We also feel that the robust mitigation measures and the permitting requirements do help to offset these removals and provide extra protection. So the second comment addresses appropriate tree species for selection as replacement for mitigation trees. We've also kind of gone over this in a fair amount of detail tonight, but they also did comment that we should provide some type of incentive for planting conifer trees. I'll just kind of echo what I said earlier and what council members said. Staff does believe that the proposed code supports replanting with trees that will meet or exceed the size of those that were removed over time by requiring applicants to select from a very well vetted list of large tree species. Just to kind of, reiterate that many conifer trees are planted through our critical areas code and through other city-sponsored plantings. And then, as I mentioned earlier, fee in lieu that goes into the Urban Forestry Fund would likely be for prioritizing conifer plantings throughout the city. And the intention of having more flexibility, whether conifer or deciduous, is to allow homeowners to select trees that will help encourage tree diversity and plant the right tree species for the right location. So comment 3 proposes that the development wait period after landmark be increased from 24 to 48 months. Staff supports the initial Planning Commission recommendation of 24 months due to potential tracking issues throughout a 4-year duration and challenges that may arise with change of ownership of properties where new homeowners may not be aware of these restrictions. So I think we'll probably have some discussion surrounding this in a moment here. I just wanted to mention that. Their next comment asked that council consider mandating the tree removal notification process citywide. There are many pros and cons to mandating this process. And while it would help ensure that trees are not illegally removed and that tree removal allowances are accurately tracked, it does add time to property owners to submit these notifications, as well as an added cost to the city to review these notifications. It can take staff members anytime from 30 minutes to 2 hours to review notifications sometimes. So because this is a free process, it does require additional staff time. It can also limit the property owner's ability to manage their vegetation as they like. If council does choose some of these more onerous landmark tree provisions, as Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance suggests, we may need to require the notification process. As the code is currently drafted, staff does feel like it would not be essential. And the final comment suggests that tree services that are operating and working in the city of Kirkland be required to sign an affidavit acknowledging that they have read and understand the Kirkland Tree Code. So staff does believe, staff thinks this is a really promising idea and something that we'll look into further with the city attorney and business licensing. So, so we've provided a recommended draft code that we believe is the best approach based on council's feedback and comments received over the duration of KZC 95 and amendments. So if council would like to provide more robust landmark tree protection, we have provided some alternative options to think about. So if council decides to go this route, staff would recommend limiting landmark tree removals to 1 tree every 12 months. Other options that were presented to the city staff, or other options that were presented to the city that staff does not necessarily recommend or do not appear to align with council's desired outcome of the revised tree code include restricting landmark tree removals to 1 tree every 24 months, requiring that all landmark trees meet the hazard or nuisance tree criteria to be permitted for removal, imposing a 24 to 48 month prohibition on additional removals if 2 landmark trees are removed within a 12-month period, or increasing mitigation requirements if a second landmark tree is removed within a 12-month period. So that was a lot of information. And with that, that concludes the revisions to 9525 that staff is proposing. We'd like to take this time to discuss these amendments. Here again, there's some leading questions that may be helpful to think about as you work through your responses. Number 1, does council support increased tree removal allowances based on property size? Number 2, does council support increased mitigation requirements for the last remaining trees? Number 3, does council support the 12 to 24 month development wait periods? And if not, is council open to mandating the tree removal notification process, or would council like for the staff to provide recommendations on how to best implement and track these longer wait periods? And number 4, does council have any other concerns, general comments, or about the provisions in the amended code? Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Okay, Councilmember Nixon, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, to answer the questions, number 1, yes, I support the increased allowances based on property size and the increased retention requirements based on property size. It just makes sense. On 2, I support the mitigation requirements for the last remaining trees, the 1, 2, 3 based on the size of the tree. However, I do have some concerns, and I guess I'll talk about those right now. I feel very strongly that there should be no untouchable trees in Kirkland. And right now we're saying that if a tree is one of the last 2 or 3 or 4, it would be, that they're untouchable unless they're hazardous or a nuisance. And I think that even those last 2, 3, or 4 trees, there needs to be a possibility of moving them. And of course, you don't move a giant tree, you have to remove it and then you plant elsewhere on the property in place. But if we're going to tell people, oh, we want you to build ADUs or put in solar panels or whatever, and we're going to say, oh, but you cannot remove the tree that's right in the footprint of where you want the ADU to go, or you can't remove the tree that's shading your roof where your solar panels will go, then we have an internal conflict. So I realize this is not a proposed amendment, and that I'm talking about changing the current rule, which only allows removal of the remaining X trees if they're a hazard or a nuisance. But in studying that, I just cannot support that. So let's see, for the waiting periods, the 12 to 24 month development wait periods, and FNHA is proposing 48 months. I think that's okay if there has been actual intent to redevelop or collusion with a developer. We just say, no, you can't do that. But I think it's very unfair to homeowners who in good faith had no plans to sell to a developer at the time the trees were removed to be forced to wait some number of years. For example, if grandma has a tree removed and then dies and the family wants to sell the property for redevelopment to cash out their inheritance, I just don't see why they should be required to wait 24 to 48 months in order to be able to do that when they were not in cahoots with a developer at all, and chances are grandma wasn't either. So there needs to be a waiver process, is what I'm going to propose to the development wait periods. People should be able to make a sworn statement under penalty of perjury that they had no plans for redevelopment, that they were not in cahoots with a developer, and that should allow them to go ahead. But to assume that everybody is acting in bad faith is wrong from my perspective. In terms of other provisions of the code, I think we should allow people to combine multiple year removal allowances. I'm perfectly okay with the staff suggestion in that borrowing tree removal section that people be required to get a permit if they want to do that and pay a fee in exchange for a commitment to not take more trees for that number of years. But I think that's necessary in order for us to respect property rights fundamentally. On the hedge trees, my reaction to reading that was that it makes no sense for every stalk of arborvitae to have to be replaced by a full tree, whether there's space or not. I think that it's the canopy of the trees that need to be replaced, not the number of trunks. And if you have a very small, narrow tree like an arborvitae, then you should be able to replace several of them with one larger tree. And I know that there's some discretion on the part of the staff to allow that to happen. But I just don't want us to say that every little tree in a hedge has to be replaced by a full tree somewhere else on the property. And I do think the fee in lieu needs to be able to be applied to whatever requirement exists here. I think that needs to be a possibility everywhere on the property. And then you don't have the question here, but the other thing I wanted to comment on is this idea of requiring tree removal services to swear an oath that they've read the code so that we can eliminate their argument that they were not aware of the code. In general, I think that's an okay idea, although we have this general principle, which the city attorney could comment on, that, ignorance of the law is not a defense, right? Generally. My concern is, where does that stop, right? If that simple sworn statement proves to not be enough, are we going to start requiring mandatory knowledge tests in order to get a business license to remove trees in Kirkland? And how is this going to expand to other types of businesses that have specific city codes that relate to them? Are we going to start requiring knowledge tests or sworn statements or whatever it might be for every type of business that has some particular city code requirements? Like, are restaurants going to have to swear they know about the fat, oil, and grease requirements that we have, right? And I could give a long list. So I'm a little hesitant to go down that path. I like the idea of encouraging professional services to review the code, but I'm just a little worried about where that ends up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. Okay, I do support increased tree removal allowances based on property size. I also support increased tree mitigations for the last remaining trees. I think that's really important. The 12-month development wait periods, Councilmember Nixon made a very good point. I do feel like the development wait period should be 24 months for both regulated trees and landmark trees. I think it's really easy for me to cut down a tree knowing that I'm going to sell my property next year. But as Councilmember pointed out, circumstances change. So I support his suggestion of some sort of affidavit that, grandma died and now we have to sell the property. So this may need more work, but I do feel like 12 months is too short for a development wait period. So, and I don't know if my other council members are going to agree with that, but that's my thoughts. What I want to go back to, and I also want to go back to when we talk about increased tree removal allowances, I really like the language you put around the forest stewardship plan. One of the things when we were talking about how we're using fee and lieu, in the code, it talks about homeowners will be encouraged to apply for applicable grants and so forth, which is great. We know KCD gives money for people that want to do forest stewardship plans, but that's not necessarily accessible or understandable to the average homeowner. So I would, as we look at what we're going to do with the money that's put into the forestry account, I would like to look at how we can provide support for homeowners to create a forest stewardship plan, because I think it's a great thing to incentivize and encourage, but they may need financial support or staff support. So that's something we need to look into. The mandating or tracking the tree removal notification process, I feel like staff made a really good argument for tracking tree removal process, because we recognize that it will help us prevent illegal tree removals. It will help us investigate claims about whether someone, has permission to remove this tree. And what was the other one you said? Oh, and it'll assure landmark trees aren't removed. I really think that's something that we should do. I feel like something that we should dedicate staff and develop a software database for that. I think that it would be worthwhile to not only track tree removals, but to track tree plantings, that we create an overall database of what's being taken out and what's being put in. And I do think it's important to track type of tree and size of tree and health of tree and so forth, because when we make these hard decisions, the first thing we go to is we're like, we need more data. And by creating this database, it provides us the data we need of what kind of tree, not just what's our canopy percentage, but what kind of tree loss are we having? Where are we having it? Why are we having it? What is the impact on our code on our residents? So I recognize that not everyone's going to comply, and some people are going to think it's really onerous, but I think it's going to be useful. And I also think the database is going to be able to provide, one of the things I've been talking about for years is that we need to put a dollar value on our tree canopy. And by creating this database, it lets us say, this is what our canopy's worth, and this is the carbon sequestration that happens from our canopy. So I really think that that data needs to be developed, and we need to track it over time, and we need to find some way to budget. Easy for me to say, I know that. That was it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Curtis that we need more data on this. I think having it be a requirement to for homeowners to report when they removed a tree will really help with that. The more data we can have on, you know, the change in our canopy and how that's happening, we can then make further decisions as to where we want to invest in programs and replantings and other things in the future. I think it's really important for us to track, are these changes that we will hopefully soon approve and implement, are they doing what we want them to do? Are we moving the needle? I know we talked about this previously, that I think we really need, a part of that data collection needs to be more frequent tree canopy surveys as well. I think that's something that the cost has gone down in recent years. It's something that's more feasible to do more frequently. We really need to make sure we're keeping track of that. So I wholeheartedly agree with collecting all of those data so that we can really focus on steering the ship in the right direction to get back to the 40% plus tree canopy goal that we have. I want to clarify too, just a follow-up, some council members commented on my proposal for policy, just to make sure that the city was in fact planting trees in the tree in lieu. I threw out the 12 months just as an example, like I did not have that, you know, based in any sort of clear logic, really just as an example of what the types of things I was looking for staff to come back. So if it's, you know, 24 months or if it's 5 years, you know, something that just keeps us accountable, I'm totally on board with. So I agree with my fellow council members with that. And thank you, Councilmember Curtis, for raising the fact that 12 months just may not be feasible with planting schedules. With regards to the questions on the screen, one, yes, I do. I think that allows flexibility and it's a good compromise. I think that's really important for us to do. Two, yes, I do. I think I'm a little bit confused based on Councilmember Nixon's comments. I thought that if you had last remaining trees that you wanted to remove, that you could pay a fee to do so, but maybe I'm misunderstanding that, because it sounds like Councilmember Nixon's interpretation was different than mine, that you cannot remove them no matter what. So if you could help clarify that, Katie, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, so currently the fee in lieu applies to the landmark tree mitigation standards in 9523, and then it also applies to 9530, which we'll be discussing in a couple of weeks, for development mitigation, as well as 9534, which is the new supplemental trees related to development. So we currently do not have that applying to 9525 for private properties, but I think, you know, certainly if that's something that council is interested in, we can kind of go back and see how that would look as just a across the board option.
Yes, thank you. I'd be interested in seeing that. For number 3, I also support a 24-month development wait period, but I also support Councilmember Nixon's proposal of some sort of hardship exemption. I remember Mayor Sweet raising this a couple years ago, and it was very convincing, you talking about that, and as well, Councilmember Nixon, thank you for raising that again tonight. I think that that's really important to have some sort of hardship exemption there, however that's framed or however that's titled. That's certainly a flexibility we should include. For number 4, yes, I guess I kind of have a question, less than a concern, but I might have concerns. Can you just refresh my memory? It's late and I'm maybe confusing a couple of things here. Can you please refresh my memory on how we handle regulated tree removal allowances concurrent with landmark tree allowances? Like if somebody, let's say we did your recommendation of, you know, once every 12 months that you could remove a landmark tree, right? If that, with the proposed code, if that's what we were proposing, if someone removes one landmark tree, then that's it that year, right? They can't remove 2 smaller, like 16-inch trees if that's their property size. Is that correct? That is their allowance for the year? Or are we proposing 2, you know, regulated trees and 1 plus 1 landmark tree?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think looking back at the Planning Commission recommendations would be helpful just to see what was originally proposed, because I believe that provision was in there. And my recollection, which, there is room for some flexibility in how we decide to develop that if council decides they'd like to do the limitations on landmark removals, would be that's based on your property size, that would be if you have I believe, and I might have to go back, that it would just be across the board. If you remove a landmark tree, then the rest of your allowances kind of go away for that 12-month period. But I would like to confirm that and see what was discussed before saying anything definitively.
Thank
Jeremy,
you. That's
Jeremy, Jeremy, do you happen to have any more information on that?
No, I don't recollect off the top of my head, but I think we would have to, with the different provision for landmark versus other regulated trees, we will have to come up with a new recipe for that we don't have in front of you tonight. So, but it will be helpful to look back at the prior council discussions and prior planning commission discussions, and that'll help us bring back a proposal.
Yeah,
I think that'd be really. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Katie.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that that kind of has me thinking, in terms of when we're looking at creating, adding this into the code, if the intention here is to preserve these large trees and make sure they're not being removed to a great extent, then potentially having just those limitations of you can only remove one landmark tree for 12 months, but then if you have a 20,000 square foot property, you still can remove 3 non-landmark or regulated trees. That might be, a reasonable compromise.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I definitely want us to look at that, because I want to make sure we're not incentivizing, a property owner who, say, gets to remove 3 trees per year, but then they happen to have landmark trees, and so they can also additionally remove a landmark tree. That would certainly, I think, be counter to our intent for this. So I appreciate us looking into that a little bit more. Also, going back to the previous slide where the recommendations for additional protections for landmark trees, I would like to propose that we go with 1 landmark tree every 24 months. I think we're allowing the flexibility already with being able to bank future years and use those. And so I think in order to protect landmark trees and give them that protection, I support 1 landmark tree every 24 months. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, this has been a long road, and I think the one thing that I've always kind of thought about how I'm going to weigh the different choices is a lot of what I've heard from the community over the time and what I've seen through the limited data that we have been provided, and that's been, the community has been, why do developers get to basically remove all the trees? And it's so hard for me to remove a tree on my property. Has been the comments that are very consistent, at least in my time on council. And then the data, when we've looked at the data, I see that it's been evident that a lot of the problems in the reduced canopy coverage is resulting from development activity, not from tree removal on private properties. So it's difficult for me to support regulations that burden the private property owner even more. And so I really thought that the proposed legislation that staff had tonight was a good compromise. And I was really impressed with what staff has put together. I'm getting more concerned as I'm hearing some of my fellow council members talk about putting more burden on private property owners. And so I just kind of want to give that background, kind of where I'm at, what I'm feeling, and what I think I've been hearing from the community. In terms of these questions, I'm okay with number 1, number 2. Number 3, I think you made a sensible proposal. 12 to 24 month development, 24 month wait period for landmark, 12 month for regulated trees. That's a pretty significant change from what we have today. So let's not forget about that. We let 2 trees be cut a year with no development wait periods. So and we've increased fines significantly for illegal tree removal. So we've, I think I'm almost feeling like we're going a little too far to the other side, swinging the pendulum a little too far here on the private property owner. Let's see, and then other concerns or other kind of things. In terms of number of landmark trees removed, I'm okay with what staff has proposed. I'd like to hear an example where a private property owner has hired a tree service company every year to remove 2 large trees. That's incredibly expensive. I'm not that concerned about that, especially when we have really robust mitigation, proposed mitigation standards. So, I would like the option to at least remove 2 landmark trees every 24 months. So I'm okay with 1 a year, but I'd like to be able to do 2 at a time. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I like the option of 2 trees at a time, but then you have to wait 2 years or something before you can remove another landmark. So I'd be willing to cave on that one. I liked FHNA's idea about the tree service affidavit or something about making sure our tree service companies really understand the regulations. They work in a lot of different cities, and every city has a little bit different regulations. So I think it's good to make sure that they understand what Kirkland has. Ultimately, they're the ones that are going to be removing these trees, not the private property owner. I guess I just want to end by, the bottom line is that Katie and Jeremy and others, I really thought your proposed changes that you highlighted tonight were right on. Thought they're excellent. We are going to be requiring more on private property owners with these proposed regulations, but I think they're sensible. I think they're manageable from a resource and from a staffing perspective. It gets us going in the right direction, but we got to look ourselves in the face and say, listen, we are losing canopy because of all the development activity, not because of people cutting down the trees on their own property. That's not where we've made such a huge loss in canopy over the last few years. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that takes us to Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps my comments might make Councilmember Pascal feel a little bit better, because I think that there were a lot of good compromises in what the staff proposed. I do think, though, that we've heard a couple of we've heard a lot of good ideas from council members, but I think there are some that I would support. Are you all getting feedback from me? Can you all hear me? Okay. I was getting some strange feedback. I think there's a lot of good ideas here, but I think we do need to probably seek and find the right compromise. And so, Katie, I'll just go through, I think, where I'm at on some of the issues that have been raised. With respect to the 1 landmark tree, or the landmark tree allowance, I like the idea. I think it's a compromise, but I like the idea of 1 landmark tree per 12 months with the ability to bank, so you could do 2 in 1 year. You just couldn't do 1 the next year. I don't need that to be 24 months myself, just given everything that we're doing with respect to mitigation, the cost of fee in lieu, the planting program, and et cetera. With respect to hedges, we talked a little bit about this in the middle of your presentation. I like the idea of the director's discretion when it comes to hedges, because I think they are a unique case for the reasons that Deputy Director McMahon discussed, but also that Councilmember Nixon discussed. They are a unique case. I like the idea that the director would have some discretion. I wonder if staff could come back with some kind of proposal for that discretion coupled with fee in lieu. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I heard maybe some interest in that kind of thing from some of my fellow council members, and I'd be interested in seeing what that looks like. On the tree service, this is in no particular order. Just things I came up with as everyone was talking. On the tree services, I actually am with Councilmember Nixon on this one with respect to requiring affidavit. I actually, I'm okay with our existing legal system when it comes to enforcement of laws. I count on us to enforce our code on businesses that license themselves in the city of Kirkland to remove trees. Although I don't always buy into the slippery slope argument, I don't see where this is different than a lot of other cases where we enforce the law. Ignorance of the law not being a defense in those cases. So I want us to be consistent, and I think although it's a creative idea, I think with everything that we're doing and with my concern about consistency and my belief in our existing legal system, I don't feel that we need to take that extra step. With respect to the 12 to 24 month wait period, I'm okay. I like Councilmember Pascal. I'm okay with the staff's proposal of the 12 to 24 months. I like like others who've spoken, I like the idea of a waiver option in cases where circumstances have changed. And that can be, shown with an affidavit or whatnot. So obviously that's got to be fleshed out, but I do like that idea. I do have a question for you, Katie, about the last remaining trees question that Councilmember Falcone asked and Councilmember Nixon introduced. I think when Councilmember Falcone asked about it, she asked about it in the context of fee in lieu, and your response was that there's no fee in lieu for last remaining trees. My question's a little bit different than that, and it kind of gets to Councilmember Nixon's question, because I went back and read the code as Councilmember Nixon was speaking, and I can see why he would interpret it as the last remaining trees are untouchable and can only be removed if they're hazardous or nuisance trees. But honestly, I went into this discussion believing that as a policy matter, you could take the last trees as long as there was you followed the mitigation in the table shown in 95.25.2, which was included in your presentation. And honestly, I would be okay with that if that is an option. Katie, I wasn't sure if you had taken it upon staff to look at that more closely. As long as there's mitigation, could those last remaining trees be taken? Or maybe that's a question now for you. What is the current policy and practice of the planning department with respect to those last remaining trees?
Yeah, so the current policy and the one that's also proposed in the draft code is really the same as the existing tree code. And that's that, while those numbers are increasing based on property size, if you would like to remove any of the last trees remaining that are required to remain, those trees do need to meet the hazard or nuisance criteria, and a permit has to be submitted. So that's the intent of the proposed code as well. So that hasn't changed. It may just need to be restructured to make sure it's extra clear to anybody reading the code that is the case.
Okay, I'd actually be okay with requiring a permit and mitigation. And with the idea that with everything that we're doing in the amended tree code, amended chapter 95, that that's something that could be explored. Let's see, where's that leave me? On this question, I like the way that Deputy Director McMahon described it. He said a new recipe might have to be developed to deal with landmark trees and other regulated trees in the context of the annual allowance. And I'm imagining, I guess what I would support is a recipe where you could take a landmark tree and you could take 2 regulated trees without a permit, you know, on the small lot, in the small lot scenario. You could take the 2 regulated trees, or you could take 1 landmark tree, or you could take 1 landmark tree and 1 regulated tree. But what you couldn't do is take 2 landmark trees without the banking system that we had talked about. And with the landmark tree, you would need the permit required by 95.23. So that's kind of the recipe I'm envisioning. I don't know if that's what the deputy director had in mind or not, but I'd be interested in staff's proposal on that. Last question, or my last thought is, I did have a question for the staff about removal of trees on geohazardous areas. I think what we call in the tree code, we call, or at least in the memo, we call mapped high landslide susceptible areas that have been mapped. But I think elsewhere in our zoning code, we describe them as geohazardous areas, but whatever term is used, I am curious what our policy is with respect to non-development removal of trees on geohazardous slopes. So the question is, are those allowed, for example, under your TUFR, without a permit and without having to demonstrate any sort of slope stability mitigation? Or would a tree removal on a geohazardous slope trigger a permit, and would that permit have some conditions associated with stability mitigation?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it would be the latter one that you mentioned. So with both the existing KZC 95 and the proposed trees that are in geologically hazardous areas, which I think is actually the proper terminology per Chapter 85, would require the tree removal permit process. So that does, in the existing code, it's called out as critical areas and associated buffers. So geologically hazardous areas are covered under our critical areas chapter as prohibiting removal of vegetation without going through the permitting process. So it's kind of this you have to look at multiple codes to figure out what the requirement is, which is one thing that we're trying to clarify with the new code and just kind of make it a lot easier for users to figure out when they need a permit. So yes, currently and proposed would be that for geologically hazardous areas, a permit would be required. And that does include the buffers, which are those kind of moderate mapped landslide areas, if you have seen on GIS. However, we do, internally as city staff, procedurally, we do look at those on a case-by-case basis when notifications come in, and if that was incorrectly mapped, or if it's a short man-made retaining wall or rockery that's showing that as a buffer, then we would not require a permit. So there is a little bit of flexibility there. Based on staff intake. However, for high landslide susceptibility, a permit is generally always required, or is always required.
I would take the opportunity to point out, Councilmember Black, we have scoped it specifically to landslide hazards as opposed to things like seismic hazards, which are also geologically hazardous areas. But the presence or absence of trees isn't going to affect the seismicity of that area. So we're not worried about that with tree removal. We're really just worried about landslide hazards.
Okay. So I wonder, that makes perfect sense with respect to landslide hazards. And so I wonder if we could, in the interest of clarity, of a clear code, which is definitely one of our high level goals for this process, and the interest of transparency, if we could consider a very simple statement that is a signpost to readers of this section, Chapter 95, particularly Chapter 95.25, I think, that when it comes to tree removal within landslide hazardous areas, that they need to, those are covered by, I think, Chapter 90, if I'm not mistaken. and directing them there to see that they will have to submit a permit and that there will be conditions placed on the removal of those trees. Because otherwise, I'm worried that our average homeowners going to think they can take twofer, and they're not going to know that they need to consider or that they may need to get a permit for a landslide hazardous area. Did I answer in that? Did I answer? I think I answered all your questions, Katie, with that. So I will give the floor back to my colleagues.
Mary, you're muted. I don't know if you...
Sorry. Deputy Mayor Arnold, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very briefly, I support 1 and 2 linking tree requirements, tree removal, and tree mitigation to property size. I support the 24-month development wait periods. In response to Councilmember Nixon's feedback, I also support a hardship waiver if we also require some sort of retroactive mitigation for what's happened before with the development wait periods. I also support switching to mandatory reporting for tree removal. And when we get to the point of mandatory reporting, I think that removes the incentive that we have right now not to report, since we use reports as part of restrictions in development moving forward. Once we have mandatory reporting, suddenly any tree action will require either a permit or reporting, and that becomes easier to go to tree removal companies to make sure they're doing the right thing. Our business licensing is online, so I support looking at additional licensing requirements, especially if we can do something pretty straightforward where folks have to acknowledge they're in these business classes as a tree service provider, that yes, hey, we've just done a big revision of our tree code. Do they acknowledge that? And does that help us remove the business license of any tree service providers that have repeat violations? And then finally, to Councilmember Pascal's feedback, I know he's concerned about where we're going with action tonight on private property. We're going to be talking about development, standards related to development on January 18th. I hope after that we have a chance to circle back and make sure we're being consistent across the board in how we're treating private property owners and developers before we land this particular tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly, I do support item 1. I will support the mitigation as long as we include a fee and loop process. I believe there always has to be options. I agree with Mr. Nixon with regard to no tree is sacrosanct. I believe that with landmark trees, it depends on your project. So if you're going to put an ADU in your backyard and you've got 2 landmark trees where you can put it, then I think you should be able to use those future credit in order to take them down for your project. Mandatory reporting, I'm actually fine with that. If there is a way that we can do this in a way that's not overly burdensome in order to give us the data that we will continue to need in greater detail. The tree service requirement, I think I'm most connected with Deputy Mayor Arnold's comments around that. There should be some way, you know, when somebody puts a hot water heater in, they have to follow all these rules. So it shouldn't be any different for any professional company, as far as I'm concerned, as long as we've got rules that they have to follow. And the waiting periods, 12 to 24 with the exemption for hardship, yes, but 12 to 24, I'm not hard on 24. And did we talk about mandatory reporting? Yes, I think that's it for me. And I think we have another comment from Council Member Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, one of the challenges with going first is that there's always something you want to respond to that somebody else said. But I did want to thank Council members Falcone and Black for following up on my concern about untouchable trees. And, it sounded like Katie affirmed that my interpretation of the current code is correct, that the last 2 trees can only be removed if they're hazardous or nuisance. But it sounds like we have at least some support for the idea that under the right circumstances, every tree should be able to be removed, with all the mitigation, the replanting of new trees and those kind of things, including the fee in lieu. So, and I did have a question, this is my last thing, about the high landslide areas or whatever terminology we're using. The maps that I've seen of those areas are kind of ink blots, right? There's such low resolution, like what we have in the comprehensive plan or the neighborhood plans, that it's really hard to tell whether a given lot or a portion of a lot is affected. And I want to find out, are those actually high resolution maps where you can zoom in and see individual lots and whether they are affected or not? Or is this just completely open to interpretation? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll take that one. You can zoom in on our GIS browser, which is available to the public and to staff, same layers. It's a really high definition, so you can zoom in. You can see where that high landslide hazard is specific to where your house is or your fence is or whatever. The constraint I think Katie talked about is sometimes there's a misfire because it might be a retaining wall. It creates that topographic break, so that's what does require some staff interpretation of what is or isn't a true landslide hazard based on this condition. But the resolution is much better than what you see at the citywide maps that are in the comp plan.
Great, thanks.
Okay, and finally, Councilmember Black.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, for this one last opportunity to say one more comment. It was actually, Mayor, it was your comment about notification that made me think of it. Like you, I would be okay with the mandatory notification. In fact, I think it's actually a good idea. And there's one reason why. The spirit of our tree code is that we value trees. We value, for all the reasons that are described in our urban forestry plan, and we value them as a public good. And I think it's right that we do that. I think it's okay that we do that. We carefully balance real property interests with this common good. But I think when we're doing something like that, when we are saying this is an important public good, then I think it's right that we also put resources as a city behind that, including the resources that would be required to have a mandatory notification requirement and collect the data and have the data available to ourselves and to residents and hold ourselves accountable. So the point being, we're expressing very clearly the public good that trees both on public and private property have for the city of Kirkland. I think it's incumbent upon us then as leaders to put resources behind that. And so that's why, even though I understand it is a resource, there are resources required in order to have a mandatory notice requirement. I can support that. Thanks.
Thank you. Katie, are we getting close to the end?
Very, yes. Thank you, everyone, for those fantastic comments. And just a couple more slides here to just see where we're moving forward from this point here. So there's been a lot of discussion today, and based on council feedback, it sounds like we have a little bit of work that we need to do on 95, 23, and 25. So that likely will be presented back to council, I would imagine, at the February 1st meeting at this point, since we're getting up to the deadline for the 18th in a couple of days here. And then on top of revisiting those chapters, we also have 6 additional chapters that will be, sections that we'll be looking at. So The tentative schedule is to return to council on the 18th, and we'll be addressing development-related tree removals as well as a few kind of miscellaneous sections of the code. I'm hoping by that point to have a fairly near consolidated draft code, of course, minus some of the comments that we've received today. And then to come back to council on February 1st. It seems like, we're shooting for this deadline, but there may be a little bit more work involved to get everything exactly where, council would like, and to provide some of the examples that council has asked for tonight. And then the next schedule would be going to Houghton Community Council to review the draft code, and then finally still trying to shoot for adoption in spring of 2022. So just wanted to check in with council on whether this schedule seems acceptable, if you have any comments or feedback on this proposed schedule.
Comments? Just to let you all know, Deputy Mayor Arnold and I have requested a meeting with HCC to talk about this before our next meeting. So we're trying to get that set up. So it looks like you're good to go, Katie.
Okay, well, that concludes the presentation. Thank you everyone for the late night here. I'm glad to see that we're making some progress and excited to see you all on the 18th.
Thank you, and great job tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Have a great night, everyone.
So that takes us to item 12, reports, City Council reports. I'm going to start from the bottom today, and that would be, whoa, you all just moved. As Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep this brief. I am tired. I don't know about you guys. Well, Happy New Year, first of all, everyone. Hopefully we all had some joy over the holiday season. I know it was a rough one for many with travel and COVID surging, but I hope we all had a nice time with over the holiday season. Just a few things. I really enjoyed the ribbon cutting of Fire Station 24 a couple days after our last meeting. It's just such a beautiful ceremony. Well done to everyone who spoke there, and well done to staff who organized that event. It was really very beautiful. I loved seeing the children from Juanita Elementary School there and being a part of it. That was really special as well. So, and of course the building is just fantastic and beautifully designed and really thoughtfully designed for safety of the community and firefighters. So really well done there. On the day after that, on the 17th, the Eastside Human Services Forum had our annual member meeting as well as our monthly board meeting. And you may remember that last year I was vice chair of the Eastside Human Services Forum, and I'm happy to share that I've been elected as the chair of the Eastside Human Services Forum for this year, for 2022. Also wanted to give a kudos to Aaron and Christian for the tour of the Totem Lake Connector. Councilmember Nixon and I enjoyed a really nice tour. We had a lot of good questions, and Aaron and Christian really answered our questions really well, and it was a very thoughtful tour, and it was fun to get to see some of the pieces that were there, right? I know there's a lot more work to be done, but to just see stuff happening with the bridge was pretty fun. So thank you so much, Aaron and Christian. We really appreciated you doing that for us. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have much to report. I just wanted to make one comment. I really enjoyed the Totem Lake Connector tour. As a former civil engineer, I want to do more tours of large civil engineering projects. I just enjoy the heck out of that. And frankly, the fire station was really the same thing. I just love seeing some of the public works projects. But it's also really impressive what our staff is able to do. And those projects are extremely complex, and to see them pulled off so well and so beautifully, and it's a lot of fun for me. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to our staff.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No report. Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
I have nothing to report either.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Ditto.
Excellent. Councilmember Curtis.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Welcome back. And for me, nothing but I just want to say how grateful I am for your confidence in me. Give me another 2-year shot at it. Just pray to God that it's not 2 years of COVID. So happy New Year to you. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not signing off yet.
Yeah.
So now I turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you. So I will be brief. I know the council wanted to get an update on the snow and ice response under the city manager report. I'll give a very short one and then defer to the 18th. We've already initiated our after action report for snow and ice. The short version is we did fairly well on the arterials. We were able to plow each of the neighborhood streets, but what we did run out of was ice and sand, salt and sand to go over the ice. So in the after action report, you're going to see several recommendations for council consideration. The main issue is, would we want to spend the money and find a location to have large stockpiles of salt and sand? So these events where you have snow and then multiple days of freeze is really difficult for anyone in Western Washington, but particularly Kirkland with a lot of its hills. So we did well on the arterials. We know we can do better on the side streets. We're developing action plans to do that, and we'll come back to the council with that information. I do want to thank our crews. Despite what I just said, they did extraordinary work over the holidays, many of them working 12-hour shifts repeatedly and overtime and missing their families. So big thanks to the Public Works and Parks crews who worked through the snow event. And then finally, I did get asked about the vouchers you heard under testimony at the beginning of the council meeting. But again, very proud of the team that put this together. But we had 39 people who received 258 nights, either the Comfort Inn or the Baymont Inn during the cold snap. So nice to be able to help people, and thank you to the city council, as always, for your resource support on that. So that was a good outcome. So more to come on the 18th. And then the other item I had was the council retreat, but I'll simply mail you. We have a draft retreat item. The two items we know we want to talk about are the potential of a park ballot measure and issues about getting more people involved in running for council, but I'll be seeking if there's additional things, but I'll go ahead and do that by email, and then I'll contact you all, and I'll bring it back to the meeting on the 18th. And I hope you all saw my email. We can also defer the executive session tonight to the 18th as well, so our suggestion is to go ahead and move that given the late hour. So any questions?
Councilmember Pascal?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Kurt, thanks for the update on the snow event. And really appreciate all the work of staff. I know there's a lot of things that go unseen by the public. Regarding that, I know that you'll have an after action report at some point. I was thinking that last time we had that, it was like in late spring, and I remember thinking that it was warm, and I was kind of forgetting about the snow event and everything. And so I was wondering if we could, even if it's not done, maybe have like a preliminary discussion about it at some point, kind of earlier, where while all this is still fresh in the minds, not just of us, but also I think for the benefit of the community. So just something to think about how that could maybe be arranged.
Yeah, no, actually that was a high priority for Julie Underwood, the Public Works Director, and also Glenn Akramoff, who's our interim grounds person. I think they're already working on it. We're hoping to have a first draft of it by the end of this week, and we definitely want to be able to bring it to the January 18th council meeting. So.
Oh, okay, great. Well, thank you.
Super.
Julie, did I miss anything?
Who'd I interrupt? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, City Manager. I also really appreciate the speed at which you're getting us this information. I think that's great. And also another heartfelt thank you from myself and from council for all the hard work of folks who are out there. That's a lot of work. It's a really thankless job. People complain a lot about it not being good enough, but we really, really appreciate the work that they did. I know they put so much work into that. I just wanted to add a request for the after action report. If we can also discuss sidewalks and walkways in the city. I know this is something that's property owners' responsibility who are adjacent to those, but I'd love to see us explore how we can do better at incentivizing and educating the public about that responsibility and help encourage people to shovel in a timely manner, and kind of, there might be some basics that people need to know about frequency of shoveling, when you should shovel, how you should shovel, all that kind of stuff. I've seen, even my neighbors kind of learn this over the years that, we used to have one whole neighborhood shovel that everyone would borrow of ours. And now, our neighbors own shovels over the past few years. They purchased some. So I think that there's some work that we could do to help encourage community members to understand that responsibility. And I particularly think of this with walkability around the city, but particularly with school walk routes as well. And I would love to, as part of that, to have a conversation with the school district about how we can partner to make sure that the walkways are safe for children to walk and bike to school after snow events as well. I know there's so much focus on roads, but a lot of our elementary schools are walking schools. I know up here in Finn Hill, there's a lot of children who walk to elementary and middle schools here. And so I would love to have that conversation, both as a council, as a city, about what we can do to incentivize folks, but also with the school district as well, about how we can partner together to get those walk routes ready to go and safe for kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So that takes us to, do you need a calendar update?
Yeah, so that's my last question. Any calendar updates before we're finished?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to note that the second meeting in January is where the council traditionally has done committee assignments. And in the interest of time, didn't make any comments, but really appreciate everybody's support in continuing in this role as deputy mayor and appreciate that. But that does not mean that we need to necessarily have all of the things be static. So if there's interest in changing your regional committee assignments that Kirkland appoints, if you can send mail to the mayor and I, we can come up with some recommendations for council approval at our January 18th meeting.
Super. And I know that Lori has in the past provided us with a list of what those assignments are. I wonder if we can drag that out just so that we make sure we've got them all accounted for. Kurt, could I ask you to follow up on that one?
We'll make sure we get that to you.
Okay, super. Okay, anything else for the good of the order? With that, Happy New Year again. A good start. Let's go home, get some rest, and come back in 2 weeks. Thanks, everybody.